Check. Oh. Oh. È buono il microfono in una parte. Golidia, Golidia. Ai. Bravo, Melike. Fantasy. This ain't a song for a broken hearted. This ain't a song for the broken hearted. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Ha, ha, ha. Flood, she, flood, she, flood, she, flood, 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 flood. Pump it, pump it. Bien przyjemnie? Good feeling! Good feeling! Pump it, pump it, pump it.
Welcome back to the Pristina Challenger from Kosovo, where we had a slight rain delay from game 2 of today's action, the first full play game in Pool B between Riffa and Antananarivo. The score stands at 12-15. We are almost ready to get going again. In about 15 minutes is when action will start, 13 to be exact. So don't go anywhere. We will remain live, and we will remain with you until the games start. I will hop off the microphone for just a second, but not before I tell you to do this. How about, since you now have the time, you hit up the subscribe button on YouTube and follow us on Instagram at FIBA 3x3 to take a gander at all of 3x3's action. And we have rain again. So we'll see if play can continue out here in Pristina. We will keep you posted.
Simona de Zierstad. Ah, starts with these other music. Ah, okay. We're gonna fucking set fire to the ring. Hi down. We gaan naar het zien, we gaan dit dealen. We gaan naar het zien, we gaan dit dealen. We gaan naar het zien, we gaan dit dealen. Gotti. Haydi! We ain't going home. We ain't going home. Ja, dat is goed spelen. Nog een keer aan deze goed spelen. Nog een keer aan deze goed spelen. Okay, Vollenord vindet. Sebastian har sig inne med donat mot ett kurs, djuret, neve. Jag vet inte vad det är. Jag vet inte vad det är. Vervalde Pastrot, Fusanga, Stokero, Metote 23 Pristina. Che la morte di Dusseldorf se mund Ballistik per 5 minuti. Buon costruttore, vuoti. We ain't going home. I don't know what you're looking for. Yes.
Dance with that in every place, in every face.
Oh, this is what that is. Hey, hey, hey. C'est bien fait. Ia. 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 Turn that shit up. Ah, pobre balón.
I like a ghetto bitch, but her ass super fat. Spend it, I'ma make it right back. Got weed in my lap. Fuck her, then she gon' get attacked. Don't be asking me where your bitch at. Nigga, I'm back. Nigga, I'm back. They want a new slap. My nigga, this that. Got your bitch on my sack. Nigga, you sad. Broke is a joke. And nigga, I don't laugh. Nigga in the ghetto. Get up on my level. She know I'm the shit. Yeah, she think me like a shovel. Millions had several. Nigga, I'm a rebel. And the head so good, she deserve a medal. X on the map, bitch, treasure on my dick. She open up her mouth like a dentist going in. I'm a
That's how sweet that was there, bitch.
Chose up on your friend, bitch, it is what it is. I ain't scared
That's
to
how
admit
sweet that was there, bitch.
living in the mansion, I ain't no tenant, bitch. Please don't harass me, get your ass finished, bitch. I got big Benjamins, call me Mr. Benny. I got too many.
3 days ago, everything. Fucking foods. Okay, go ahead. You won't go like this, fucking shit. I don't want to find anything. Oh, you want me to turn it up? Oh, you want me to turn it up? Hey! You lost my hand. Look at this mistake. We ain't going home. Hell no. Yep. Welcome back. Welcome back. Al tempo dibujo en la mira, al tempo dibujo en la mira. Aflada, aflada.
Hands up a motherfucking back, y'all.
The wait is over. We are ready to get restarted out here in Pristina, Kosovo. Second game of the day in the main draw got interrupted by some rain. The drizzle is gone. We are back to drizzling buckets on the court. The game is Riffa and Antananarivo is set at 12-15 for the Madagascar squad. You can see both teams get warmed up before this. The sun's back out. There's a little bit of a breeze. And it's always a question how a break like this affects teams, whether this is going to be a positive for the Riffa or Antananarivo squad. It remains to be seen. We have a few minutes left on the clock. Again, with this delay, we will be moving on until late on in the evening. Posted on the rest of the games, obviously. But let's continue. Pristina Challenger 2024, 3 minutes on the clock. Riffa, they are down 3. Your number 2 seed against Antananarivo, your number 10 seed. There's Alpha with the handle. Ellie with the fake and the make right away. Ellie's a speedster. Antananarivo take advantage of the situation. Up by 4. Loses to Wilson. There's Ellie again, speeding past Augustina. Left to right, Ellie misses. Good comeback defense there on Riffa. Possession remains with Antananarivo, but they can't get a shot up before the shot clock. So the Bahraini squad with an opportunity to come back in a game. 2:30 on the clock, and again, we talked about this before the break. They haven't had the best of seasons so far. So loss here would continue to transport, though. Brings his team back within 3. Ellie now. Look inside, there's Alpha Solondraini, back out to Ellie, a fake and a flip shot. Missed, but he traces down his own board. Donkor now. And that patience by Forts. Game back to 1 possession. Ellie can't get the step back to go. Livio with a quick hand, so Riffa now storming back into this with Forts. Stopped with what seems like a foul. There'll be 2 free throws. Antananarivo was at the bonus. 7th foul on the squad from Madagascar. We tied the game up here with 2 minutes to go. It's Jonas Forts, Jonas Ark on the stripe. First one's a miss for Fortin, and we mentioned this before. There's a bit of a breeze, which could affect a shooter like Forts. You can see the trees waving in the background. It is going to impact shooting a little bit here. Livio working behind the screen. Livio on his way to the rack. Augustine is there to stop the play. He's been a menace on defense so far, holding his ground against the quick Madagascar guards. Antananarivo, no bucket on this possession as Livio just gets rejected. See the finger wag on Augustine there. Ellie attacking BVO, slow steps and a flip shot. Ellie's got his team up 2 again. Steiner misses the short range bucket. Referees now going to the scoreboard. There seems to be some confusion. See in the background, the score for Antananarivo is 17. And I think Riffa might be at 15. Take it down to 14 now. There you go, 15 Riffa, Antananarivo 17. Good correction by the referees. And a minute 26 on the clock. Your number 1 seed already took an L out here. Will the number 2 seed take a loss to start full play as well? Ellie, travel on the play. Happy feet. Dennis the Menace with an opportunity to get his team back into things. We're approaching the 1 minute mark. Dennis Donkor stepping back, a contested shot, nuh-uh. Oh, but Augustine, another rebound. Back to the Dennis the Menace, speed into the rack. 17-16. Get it to Livio. Livio working on Augustine, loses the rock. He's got it in hand again, a sidestep, too heavy contest, no make. Outputs in the post, back to Donkor. Almost got that one to go down. Riffa still at a 1-point deficit against this feisty Antananarivo squad. Fiati flips it backwards. Nuh-uh. Augustine is really holding his ground down there. What a job defensively. Then Forts. That takes stop. Wilson went out of bounds, so I think it remains Riffa possession. Look at Forts running into a brick wall there. Fiari got in the way. So 24 seconds on the clock. Riffa, your number 2 seed, looking at a 1-point deficit against your number 10 seed Antananarivo. We're holding on to the lead they took into a rain delay. We had about an hour and a half of delay. And this game was stuck at 3 minutes to go for a little bit here. Let's take a look back at some of the happenings in this one so far. Oh, the possessions with Antananarivo now. Alpha. Ellie gets a screen. Ellie gets it down to Alpha. Great play, but a miss on the shot. 12 seconds to go. Riffa need a score. Forts is wide open for 2. Misses. Back irons to Donkor. Another look. A second on the clock. Dennis Donkor can't get it to go, and Riffa takes an L. Antananarivo hang on for the 1-point victory here to open up Pool B play. So after Vienna, your number 1 seed taking a loss in your first game out here in Pristina. It's Riffa, your number 2 seed, taking a loss as well. Upsets all over the place here in Kosovo. Antananarivo take this one 17-16. So after your number 1 and 2 seed take an L, we got our number 3 seed stepping up to the plate, San Juan Churches. Let's see if they can break the trend here with your top seeds losing. Pool C action continuing here from Pristina, Kosovo. San Juan Churches played in the Challenger in Pristina in 2023, came in 11th. This is the same squad that finished 7th last week at the Wuxi Masters. It's Quaskut, Ralat, Gonzalez, and Allende. And a bit of an up and down season for them so far. They've done well on the Challenger circuit once. The Clermont-Ferrand Challenger made it to the finals, actually twice, because they also made it to the Hongxian Challenger finals. So the Challenger circuit has been good to them. Hasn't translated to the World Tours just yet. They're taking on a team they've seen in the past. It's Calabasas from the United States of America. And there's Max Montana coming out first. They came out of the qualifying draw. Montana led them in scoring. And this is your squad. Bryce Leavitt, Jeremy Lieberman, Riley Batin. And again, Max Montana. You see his name is Maximilian Heutzel. They have played in one event so far on the 2024 pro circuit. It was the Quebec Challenger, where they came in 12th. And now all the way out here in Pristina, meeting up with a team they've seen twice in the past on the pro circuit. They've seen them at the Colorado Challenger last year in the quarterfinals. That was a San Juan win, and then the Turismo San Juan Challenger last year as well. They picked up a victory in Pool B action. San Juan, that is. So Calabasas is not used to winning against this squad so far. And we'll see if things can change. Again, they came through the qualifying draw earlier today, where they beat Bemo Woloto and the Alicante Argos Bat team to make it here into the main draw. It's Quaskut handing it off to Lado for mid-range. Ralat dealt with some injuries earlier in the season. Seems to be fully back with the squad in this one. They go down to the body shop. There's Montana. A contested 2 front rim. Oh, Quaskut coming through, scooping in that lay. So San Juan on the board first. Ball screen action for Calabasas. Montana somehow picks it up, flips it backwards. It's close, but not in. And again, this is where the weather conditions are going to get things interesting. I think Calabasas is a team equipped to shoot the Wilson, but it is windy out here. Ralat going to the rack. Quaskut missing the easy layup underneath the tip in. Missed. And now Quaskut with a foul. Foul number 1 on the Puerto Ricans. Leavitt left it short. So we go back to the team in yellow. Quaskut trying to move. Here's Allende. Allende, Fady, splashing it from the mid-range. Difficult shot. 1-foot fader for Allende. No answer for Calabasas as Lieberman overshoots that one. So far, it's been San Juan in control. Calabasas, they've been missing some contested looks. Allende to Ralat. And there's Allende again with the easy layup, pick and roll action working for San Juan. Montana, could he change things? He's on his way to the rack. 2 defenders in his face, flips it out. 2 balls in. So Batten putting his team at a 1-point disadvantage so far. That first score for Calabasas from 2-point range. Here we go. Lotto from the mid-range again, a whistle on the play. There's Gonzalez off the glass, missed. Offensive rebound though. And there's Lotto going into traffic, bumping and hitting. So San Juan again, bit of an up and down season. There's Batten. Ooh, he tried to get him. Went in there with mean intentions, picks up a lay and takes the contact for an extra free throw. It could have been a facial though. Close. But I like the intention there from Riley Batten. Oh, Lotto dropped one off. Missed it. There's Allende taking the contact and a free throw coming up. So I'm 1-to-1-point lead now. Batten gets his mitts on that. And a whistle on the play. San Juan running into their 3rd foul. We're down 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a good pass. Difficult shot there for Lieberman. High post action now for San Juan to get a handoff going. There is a missed shot by Gonzalez. Oh, hot potato there, but blocked by Quaskut. And your best interior defender of 2023, named so by my esteemed colleague, the voice of 3x3 Kyle Montgomery, Louis Quaskut, making sure the defensive end of things is handled for San Juan. There's Allende wide open for 2, misses. Lieberman working behind the screen. He is wide open. No one near him, but that is wildly undershot. And again, that breeze is really making it difficult on the shooters out here in Pristina. You better get to the rack. We have gotten to our first TV timeout. So if you are just tuning in, we've had a huge rain delay. And we've moved the schedule back a little bit. We restarted our 3rd game of the day right around 6 o'clock local time here in Kosovo. And we're going to be moving on until late tonight. We're probably going to be playing right until 10:30, maybe 11-ish, depending on the weather conditions and how fast the games go. Your number 1 seed, Vienna, in our first game in Pool A action, took a loss. Your number 2 seed, Riffa, in their first game in action that was broken up by rain, took a loss. Now we are at the number 3 game. Let's see what happens with seed number 3. San Juan now at a 2-point lead out here. Montana catching that pass. That's broken up. Ralat, good hands. Now Ralat's on his way to the rack. Kicks it out. No one wants to shoot. Again, that wind factor, but Gonzalez with a soft touch. Floaty from the mid-range. Back to leave it. High degree difficulty on that shot, forced by the end of the shot clock. Now Gonzalez again. Montana contests the shot. Too much of a contest, so that's a foul. It's going to result in 2 free throws coming up for Gonzalez. So big lead for the Puerto Ricans now, as they've gotten to their pick and roll action consistently. Calabasas trying some of their own, batting underneath the basket, and that's out of bounds. No call on the play, so what seemed like a easy shot underneath the basket now results in a possession for San Juan. Ralat back to it. High post play, a handoff for Allende. Ralat going left, get back to that midi. That's a splash. Mid-range game for Antonio Ralat is an underrated piece of his game, I have to say. The man can flat out score from the high post region. His team up by 5 as a result. Calabasas looking for answers. They can't get any consistency going in their scores. Their pick and roll action not working. Now, a foul on that Lieberman drive. And so far, their leading scorer in the tournament, in the qualifying draw that is, Max Montana, is quiet. The 6'9" forward who scored an average of 7.5 points per game in that qualifying draw. So far, none. And he's going to need to get it going if they want to get anywhere close to this San Juan squad. Fresh 12 to work with for Calabasas. There's Lieberman, contested pull-up. He's the only one to hit a 2 so far. He hits another one. Gonzalez with the answer, though, right away. The man's a speedster. 10-6. And now another foul on the play. That's number 5 on the Puerto Ricans. Montana with the midi. And back to San Juan. Now an offensive foul. Trying to get Ralat open. Lieberman denies the screen, gets to the rack, takes all of the contact and finishes. So Calabasas, they found some scoring consistency now. Look out. Oh, broken up pass from Gonzalez. That was going to get to Quascoot. He was wide open. Heady play by Leave It. Hard to guard pick and roll now. Ralat working off that screen. Easy scoop. Lay up off the glass. Gonzalez. Oh, you don't do that to a grown man. He nutmegged him. Bringing the spice. Oh, no answer for Calabasas either. Ralat stuck, fading away on the shot. That is out of bounds. A timeout on the floor. A slight lead for San Juan here, up by 3 points with a little more than 3 minutes to go. They've gotten to their action more consistently, I'd say. But Calabasas woke up and got at least a couple of buckets to go down. Still waiting on their leading scorer, Max Montana, to show out. The man's a skilled hooper, we know that, but we haven't seen him score just yet. Montana in possession here, on his way to the rack, float game, nuh-uh. Wasku tapping it up, Montana gets the possession back with the yammy. Nope. Possession on that play for San Juan, so that's why there was no right of offense necessary. Montana now attacks the rack again, behind the back to Batten. Saucy play out here in Pristina for Calabasas, who are down only 1 point. Well, you make that 2 after Allende gets to the rack. Lieberman. He pulls up from mid-range. Lotto going baseline. Montana's out there waiting for him. Quascoot now wide open for 2. Luis Quascoot. Put those guns away. 15-11. Calabasas has stormed back into this one, but then now San Juan is finding their groove on offense. 2 minutes on the clock. Your third seed now up by 4.
Timeout. Calabasas.
And as Calabasas takes a timeout, we take a look at some of the happenings in this one so far. To go in this first Pool C action from Kosovo, where we had a women's series before this Challenger event last few days. Don't forget to check out all of that action on FIBA 3x3W. I'll leave it. Looking to get past Ralat, nothing there. Batten though. 2 points up, none down. Lieberman can't get to the board. A double foul called on the play. So even though San Juan is at the bonus, that will not affect them. Referees are trying to get the clock reset to 1 minute and 34 seconds. Low scoring affair is expected here with the wind picking up in the later stage of the day. Quascoot, though, he can score at will. He's having a good game. Luis Quascoot, the eraser. Can't erase that Lieberman take. How did he get that up and underneath the arms of Quascoot? I couldn't even see. Look again, Lieberman hanging in the air, switching hands off the glass. Song one bucket here would help staying in front of this Calabasas squad. We approach the 1 minute mark. They can't get it to Kwasku, the turnover. Leading scorer for Calabasas now on the bench. Oh, that's not a smart foul. Gonzalez with a little bit too much physical contact here on that leave it drive. So the clock is stopped. The 8th foul on San Juan, a fact. And leave it now up to the strike for 2 easy free throws and away back in this game. Leave it leaves one on the board. 3 points separate these teams from the North Americas, or the Middle Americas, I guess, in case of Puerto Rico. Anyway, under a minute to go. Leave it to Batten. Batten trying to move Allende, and he can't do it. It results in a 12-second violation. So Calabasas is running out of options here. They bring Max Montana back on the half court here for the last 43 seconds. They need a stop and a bucket. San Juan, they just need a bucket to get this game on ice. Kwasku tries his second two. And early in the shot clock attempt there for San Juan. Montana now on the move, 2 steps and an easy layup. So a 1-possession game under 30 seconds. Lotto, no good. Leaves the door open for Calabasas here. Lieberman. Lieberman to the rack, hangs but does not hit. Oh, Montana's open for 2. He leaves the shot up and in. 16-16, Calabasas tied things. 5 seconds to go. They try to get it to Lotto. Kwasku, no. A crossover. Kwasku gets the game winner to go down. Luis Kwasku opts to take it himself. Look at this, a crossover in the lane, righty scoop shot. And that's not just bucket flavor, that's winning flavor right there. Off the glass, up and in. And San Juan survived after Calabasas stormed back late into this one. The final score, 17-16.
Në sekundën e fundit pas barazimit aty të bikshi në 2 aksione më herët. Zonë e zëndri shumë kështu që ka dinga dhe kolege. Mirë se keni ardhur dhe mirë se ju gjetëm. Është tekste Pristina, edicioni 7 që po zhvillohet sa jeni bashkë me juve dhe nesër. DJ Enzi, jeni. Sorry, Zirvalur Bona, my Ballistik, and this year, also from Astor, Marijampole, and Ruben, the Athens, Garcia. Okay, there's no more Garcia, the ball of the wrong way, the 3 is fine. Marijampole, Alpina, this was them. Thank you, Ron. Time for the presentation. DJ Marijampole av ekipen Garcia i Athens. Lika sparpassivi med lika finger roll. Och vi passerar Zagreb-liga. Dankeschön, bitteschön. För presentimene Lidorve, time for the introduction of the teams and players.
That was the first game in Pool C action. Now we move our attention to Pool D, another team coming out of the qualifying draw in Athens, meeting up with Marijampole Mantinga, who we'll get introduced to first. Marijampole so far not the greatest of seasons. They haven't advanced past the quarterfinals so far in 4 challengers. They have a capable squad. Here's your 4 fellas. It's Tautmiras Kliučinikas, Arturas Milaknis, Zigimantas Simonis, and Vytautas Sulskis. And let's see what they can do against this Athens squad with 2 victories again in the qualifying draw. Athens taking care of Girona and Pristina, the local favorites. A 21-14 defeat of Pristina and an 18-16 tight one against Girona to qualify here into Pool D. Chuchumis and Petropoulos, your top scorers so far. They're joined by Panagiotis Freeman and Georgios Arnokouros. And here we go, 10 minutes sprinting again. Pool D action from Pristina. It's Marijampole starting with possession. A 1-2 between Zigimantas Simonis and his teammate Kliučinikas for an easy lay, but a dunk as a response for Athens. Huge jam. Baseline drive, a 1-1 game. Foul now on the play. Freeman. A handoff to Chuchumis, who led the squad again in scoring in their qualifying draw. Splashes one from the deep end. And it seems like his foot might have been on the line. And another bucket down. This is going to be a shootout if we continue this play. Kliučinikas, another 2 down. The Lithuanians are on fire. It's 6-2. Can Athens, in their 3rd game of the day out here in the heat in Kosovo, manage a comeback or maybe some defense? That would be nice as well. 2 triples down for Marijampole Mantinga. It was Milaknis and now Kliučinikas coming through with the snipes. Freeman. This one missed long for Athens. Shimonis to Klienčinikas underneath there. Sulskis. Marijampole is really moving the rock. And an easy lead for the Lithuanians as a result. Athens come back with the layup. And Arturas Milaknis in his first 3x3 tournament making a difference for Marijampole. He's a sniper. Former EuroLeague player with a lot of experience. 40% from long range in the game at 5-on-5. So let's see how he does in 3x3. So far, so good for the number 7 on Marijampole. Chilskis with the board. High post action now. They get Milaknis, the rock. Shooter shoot, but this one's missed. Score remains 8-3. Can Athens manage to do anything? Chuchumis with his second double of the game. That was needed for the Greek. Shulskis. Shulskis on his way to the rack. An easy layup as a result. 9-5. Marijampole looks like they're firing on all cylinders. Athens, though, they've been getting some shots up. Chuchumis is a difficult guard for them. Again, the leading scorer for Athens in the qualifying draw here is Nikolaos Chuchumis, the 28-year-old. Oh, is that shot up? Because that would mean a free throw. And it was up. So we'll see Arturas Milaknis on the strike. Again, this is his first ever pro circuit event. Just joined the Marijampole squad. The 38-year-old, sources tell me, that he was a really good player. I have not seen him play yet, so we'll see. We'll see how this continues. Anyway, 10-5 lead for the Lithuanians. Athens, they keep scoring ones, so they are still in this game. Shulskis now driving through everyone. Can't get the shot the first time. Why not try a second time? Almost a steal by Klienčinikas. But Milaknis' journey into 3x3 so far has started off with a couple of buckets. A long-standing 5-on-5 player, former member of the 5-on-5 national team for Lithuania. 38 years old now, transitioning into 3x3 play here. A big thank you to the sources that make this possible. I got my friends in all these countries hitting me up with a lot of knowledge. Love it. Anyway, a lob play. Freeman finishing things off. So Athens showing out some good offense, but they just haven't been able to stop Marijampole whatsoever. Klienčinikas now gets a screen. Another 2-ball up and missed front rim. Chuchumis now. Can't connect on the shot. He already has two two-pointers down, but third one, not yet. Oh, difficult shot by Shimonis. Another lob play for Freeman. Oh, quick hands. Klianchinikas crosses over, looking for his offense there, hanging and hitting, and then a bump to boot. Tautvydas Klianchinikas will step to the stripe as that's the third foul on Athens in the act of shooting. Finishes the play up and off the glass as well. And Klianchinikas drizzles in the free throw. A 13-7 lead as a result. Big yammy again for Athens. But the answer right away for Marijampole. So anytime Athens gets a little bit of an idea, Marijampole just says no thank you. 15-9 in almost 5 minutes of action out here in Pristina. So this one looks to be over before the limit for sure. I have not seen Marijampole fire like this. They are just hitting everything. But no kudos coming through with the big yam. Oh, misconnection. The Wi-Fi must have gone out there for a second. And Athens in possession as a result. Buchumis, as I think it's CH in Greek. But you know what? I don't know. Milakis. Shulskis can't get the pass to Shimonis. A warning for talking to the referee. I think extended on Athens. Look at Arnokudos flying in here for the putback jam. Milaknis. Shot clock violation. That 12-second shot clock is something you have to get used to. Possession back over to the Greek with an opportunity to get this game a little bit closer. Again, they have shown flashes on offense. Just hasn't been enough against this experienced Lithuanian squad. Jotsumis. Oh, a turnover, and there's Milaknis again. Almost saved the Wilson from going out of bounds, but a whistle on the floor. Shimonis with the beautiful pass, threading the needle to Klianchinikas. Surgical precision for Marijampole. And their lead is surging because of it. Arnokudos with the steal. He gets it to Chuchumas. Ooh, behind that back, a nasty move held up on the play. Smart foul by Shulskis, I have to say. Looked like he was going to be put on a highlight reel, but wrapped up Chuchumas. And we've gotten to our second TV timeout because of it. So as both teams step back on the court, the information on Milaknis is dripping in for me. The man is a knockdown shooter. Apparently he used to make 50-plus threes in a row, and this is in 5-on-5, so it's three-pointers. 50-plus threes in a row during warm-ups. Bang, bang again, Arnokudos. The man is trying to hurt the rim. Milaknis stepping back. Now Arnokudos tries one from long range. That one off the mark. So Klianchinikas tries to calm down the troops. A lob play into, oh my goodness, Shimonis. How did he get that to go down? caught that midair and put more jelly on that than a middle school lunch. Now an offensive foul on the play. 4th on Athens. Never mind, that foul's called on Marijampole Mantinga. Two missteps behind the line with 2 feet. His 3rd 2-point shot make of the game. Actually, that's a 1, so 2 feet weren't behind the line. A big toe was left on the line apparently. And Athens calls for a timeout. They're looking at a 5-point deficit here with 2:55 to go. They've won their previous 2 games in the qualifying draw, but now they have their backs to the ropes against this experienced Lithuanian squad in Marijampole. Look at that again. Zigimante Šimonis. I'm not sure how he contorted midair like that, but he got that to go down. Chulskis on a drive, righty scoop, bucket flavor. That's 18-12. Marijampole is cruising at this point. No answer for the Greek. So the men in green with an opportunity to get things to game point. Kliuncinikas working behind the screen. Milaknis pops. He's not open. Kliuncinikas decides to take it himself. That's a splash and a 20-12 lead. Athens gets stuck. A deep shot. Oh, another 2-ball down for Athens, but they just haven't played as much defense as I think is necessary in this game at 3x3. And the Lithuanians have taken advantage. Chulskis now on a drive. He's left by himself. Oh, missed the shot. That was a wide open layup. Now a foul on the play. Chulskis with the game ball in his hands. And a wide open layup to boost. But that rolled off the rim, and defense was there quickly to stop him from trying again. 10 seconds on the clock. Šimonis has not hit a 2 yet. Kliuncinikas with the board. The Lithuanians, they go for a 1-point shot. Now it's Milaknis fading off of one leg, and there is your wedgie. Somebody call the No Dunks podcast, please. Athens back to it. An easy layup's given up. Marijampole know they're at game point. They don't have to defend those ones. All they need to do here is score and put this game on ice, and Šimonis does just that. It's Marijampole with their first victory in Pool D play over Athens, who scored at a decent clip but couldn't bring enough defense to stop the Lithuanians. Your final score is 21-15. Y'all enjoy some of the highlights.
We do it. We do it. Ekipi i Vienna nga Austria, ekipi i Fribourg nga Zvicra. Pas pak do të bëjmë edhe prezantimin e lojtarëve. Ekipi i parë i cili do të vjen janë ekipi i Vienës. Number 2, Tony Plaza.
It is right around this time where we get the redemption story started. And Vienna, they need one. They lost their first game in Pool A play against a feisty Bordeaux Ballistik team. Tony Blazon led him with 7 points, but the Viennese came up short, 21-18. They need a win to stay alive. It's Diggs of Blazon with Sonel and Kaltenbrunner. Again, they're one of the hottest teams in 3x3 coming into this tournament, but a quick loss to Bordeaux has put their backs to the ropes, and there is a team that is well versed in winning out here. Fribourg has come in second in the last two Pristina Challengers. They're playing with the Jurkoviches, Nathan and Thomas, and Jonathan Kadazi and Kilian Martin. Martin, a 26-year-old from Geneva, stepping up to the pitch of his first ever 3x3 tournament. But this Fribourg squad could also be considered a hot team. They've played in 3 events so far, all challengers, coming in second, 4th, and 1st. So they're one of the most consistent teams on this challenger circuit so far on the year. And if ever a team could try to make it very, very difficult on this team, Vienna, it'd be them. They got the size, they got the athleticism to stick with everyone. And Swiss Khalifa, Nathan Jurkovic, is just a beast. They have not brought their leading scorer on the year, Jonathan Dubas. So we'll see how they fare without him. They play big, and Martin looks like he's going to continue the trend. So 10-minute sprinting we go. Pool A action here from Pristina, Kosovo. And the action continues. And Kaltenbrunner right away, coming up with a steal. Can't get the bucket foul on Jurkovic. Will put the MVP of last week's Almaty World Tour Masters on the stripe. Oh, big lob play, but Jurkovic can't get his mitts on it. Vienna, they're on the board. And again, they need a win here to stay alive. It's Quinn Sanity stepping back. He lost Jurkovic completely, but couldn't get the shot to go down. Kazadi with the board. There's Jurkovic, Thomas Jurkovic. And Blazon can't get that one to go. go down to Martin, Kilian Martin. No score just yet. The masked man missing the close range layup attempt. So 2.9 to work with for the Swiss squad, who again have made it to the finals in the Pristina Challenger editions in 22 and 2023. It's Kazadi off the backboard, didn't hit the rim, so a 12-second violation. Both in the 2022 edition and the 23 edition, by the way. Fribourg losing in the finals to Antwerp and Amsterdam, respectively. This is a spot that they have been known to win at. Kaltenbrunner, with the physicality, gets that bucket to go down. 2 points for Vienna after about a minute of play. Fribourg not yet on the board, unless you count fouls, that is. Whistle on the play. An offensive foul on the Swiss. So in this battle of the borders between two neighboring countries, Switzerland and Austria, Vienna and Fribourg, it's the Viennese so far doing all the work. Kaltenbrunner put on the afterburners, and it's 3-zip as a result. Jurkovic is held up on the play. Kazadi to Thomas Jurkovic. Gets a screen, lobs it up to Swiss Khalifa. Oh, you know, sometimes you got to work on those rebounding stats, but Fribourg finally on the board. Unless, no, I was going to say unless they count that as a 12-second violation, but Fribourg finally has a score on the board. It's 3-1. So nil. Out to the machine. Blazon with the hesitation. The scoop layup is good. Fribourg needs some offense, and normally that is Jonathan Dubas's task. Now Martin with his first score in 3x3 on the pro circuit. No answer for the Austrians. Nathan Jurkovic with the board and the slam. Swiss Khalifa clears the rock and comes through with a spike to get his team within a point. Kaltenbrunner stepping back, splash ball, long range, 6-3 Vienna. And again, they kept picking up small leads in their first game in pool play over Bordeaux. They couldn't fully, eventually got left in the dust down the stretch of that game. Kazadi now is in the easy one. Diggs. 2-ball up and down. Vienna now with a bigger lead. This might be just what they need. 8-3. Good defense on Blazon. Kazadi with another miss for the Swiss. Kaltenbrunner with the hesitation, quick move, but no layup. Got by him, but Thomas Jurkovic contested just enough that Kaltenbrunner couldn't get the shot down. Kazadi now long range attempt. That is down. Fribourg back within 3. A steal for the Swiss. There's Kazadi again, same spot, different result, misses the 2-ball. Seems like nobody wants to get a shot down, but the machine finally somehow gets that to go down. So Blazon responsible for a lot of these Vienna buckets. Oh, he sticks with Kazadi. Good hands too on the play. And possession will go to Vienna. And that's gotten us to our first TV timeout. Diggs. Working behind the screen, Q Diggs. Rebound to Martin. Jurkovic kicks it out. It's Martin with the fader. No make. In this lineup, Fribourg might have a little bit of trouble shooting from long range, as Dubas is usually the one that, besides interior scoring, handles a lot of the long distance shots for them as well. Haven't seen Martin attempt one, so it's interesting to see how they fare in this lineup. Diggs, wow, way short. That might be blocked. Kazadi gets it to Martin on the block. Martin, 6 seconds to work with. A handoff for Kazadi. Off the glass, that layup is good. Now Kaltenbrunner pulling up for two off the glass. In and out. Teams are trading misses from long range here. And it's Kazadi again. And we were talking about that long range, need for long range shooting. Martin attempting one there, but no make. Now he has to guard Diggs. Diggs on the baseline, getting past Martin, up and in off the glass. And Vienna seem like they have the better offensive options at the moment, as both Diggs, Kaltenbrunner, and Blazon can get to the rack whenever they want to. Jurkovic. It's the third foul on Vienna. There's Kazadi with the fake. Kicks it out to Jurkovic. Hey, there you go. Fribourg needs shooting. Thomas Jurkovic delivers. 10-8 as a result. The machine missing underneath the basket. Diggs with the board. Diggs working left to right. Jurkovic sticking close. Scoop shot is up and in. High post action now for the Swiss. Jurkovic to Jurkovic connection. They get a screen going. Thomas Jurkovic attempting another two. Can't make it, but gets the board. Martin up and off the glass, but not in. Kaltenbrunner now all by himself again. So Nico Kaltenbrunner has continued where he left off last week in Almaty by driving to the rack, getting by everyone. He gets his team a 4-point lead in a crucial stage of the game with 3:30 to go, especially as Vienna. They need this victory. If they lose here, they're done. And the fans have come out here in the Zahir Bayaziti Square for the third ever Pristina Challenger. Again, we've mentioned they've had an edition in 2022 and 2023. Your 23 winners not here, Amsterdam. Your 22 winners, they're here, but they're in disguise. Team Antwerp back then, Team Riffa right now. They're going to be working on a redemption story after this game as they lost their first contest as well. But first, we are here, and we can see Natan Jurkovic, Swiss Khalifa, swishing that one. 12-10. They get it right back. Thomas Jurkovic now. 7 to work with. There's Jurkovic underneath the basket. Altenbrunner is just so physical. Bumped Jurkovic off of his spot, but now a foul on the play. Foul number 6 on Vienna. And it was in the act of shooting, so we got a free throw coming up for Thomas Jurkovic. Digs, scoops, and misses. And the burner here, leaving everyone in the dust yet again. The man is just so patient with it, but then gets by everyone. Oh, difficult shot there. And possession back with the Swiss. Jurkovic with the big steps and a make. Is that an and one opportunity? Oh, an and two opportunity. That's the 7th foul on Vienna. The score counts. Take a look at the big Euro for Swiss Khalifa, who's now on the stripe with an opportunity to tie the game at 14 for his team. Jurkovic breaks the first one. And Jurkovic with number 2 misses both. So while he got the bucket, he left 2 out there with 2 minutes to go. So Nail, quick trigger. And there is Thomas Jurkovic underneath the basket, scooping and missing. So both teams are trading a bunch of misses here. But Swiss Khalifa is going to be left scratching his head after those 2 missed free throws. That could have tied the game up. Kaltenbrunner flips it out to Blazan. Martin with the rebound. Jurkovic working behind the screen. Knuckleballs at 2. Now it's O'Neal. So the height advantage is with Fribourg, but they haven't been able to get that in action on the rebounds. Good box out so far by Vienna, and then a 2-ball splash from the machine. 16-12. So where it could have been a tied game, now it's a 4-point lead. Make that a 3-point lead for Vienna. A minute on the clock. And again, Vienna needs the W here. Kaltenbrunner willing himself to the hoop. And Kazadi attempting to get his team back into things, misses a 2. And with a 4-point lead for Vienna and 45 seconds on the clock, it is getting close to the end of the game here. A timeout on the floor. Vienna holding on to this 4-point lead. They've gotten Kaltenbrunner going towards the rack, and Blazan has been hitting from long range. Oh, Blazon forgot the Wilson there. And Kazadi is open. Can't connect, and they need a bucket, and they need it now. Jurkovic attempting a 2. It's also missed. Nathan Jurkovic knew what time it was, but couldn't connect on the shot. Now it's Diggs getting to the rack. Is stopped with a foul. That foul's on the floor. That's number 6 on the Swiss. Not a bad foul, but again, they needed a bucket on the last possession. Now the time's stuck at 20 seconds. And Vienna will get a fresh 12 seconds to work with. Fribourg, again, without their leading scorer on the pro circuit, Jonathan Dubas, and they are missing him for sure. No consistent offense for them so far. And then Carlton Bruno with the mean hezzy. Wow. The burner. Putting on the afterburners, and then right away, Vienna get a steal. 2, a deep shot by Diggs will put him at 20. Kazadi attempts another 2 to try to get the score up. No good, and Vienna, they needed the win, and they got the win. They take care of Fribourg in, well, I don't want to say spectacular fashion, but they put them away pretty easily here. Your final score in this one, 20-13.
Quick question, Diggs, come. Turn it back, quick question, come. One impression for the game, please. What impression of the game? I was Diggs, deze nooit de piek te vonden voor Vienna. De resultaten in 10 minuten, dat ik zou een beetje. We zijn heel wat. Hier zetten we terug weer. Oh, Van Wall, Antoni. Oké, hij is niks juren. Van Wall, toch krijg je de fotografie. Tjure, me lieke aan de pièce in de stapit. Ik kan me zien, de fotografie. C'est la, als pakkerative, we vinden je adres. Haide Van Wall. Lieke! Und het tegen aan je pers van de vaste. Ik zie je Van Wall gezorgd. Hey! Wie No rain. FIBA lock VIP. I love basketball. Quando het maar creatieve. I think goed continuar fica de Kure, komt de fotografie. Enya de, komt de fotografie. Welkom Pristina. Thermal, opa. Enorme, van de fotografie, I love it. Love you all. Betolina. Jan Palma, Dion Fire the Dione. Okay, fotografia my mir silver. Marina, can you do again? We want to pick a winner. E presim per nuova atë edhe njerë përdoj me zilë fituesin me fotografinë më kreative edhe fituesin një 3x3 Dion Fire është jenë boba, anën tjetër Enuri vjen me foto në afran thoshit, Melika vjen me hello, Mustafa është, Mustafa, Ice Orti, Melika me mu, Kwenja Busa, No Rain është Pise, po vjen Shi është Ersa, Moli, ko është Moli? Moli, e kimi do mi dres, Moli, ko Moli, I kush vetë në iman me qitë Moli, ko Moli, pas ka shku Moli, po të Elikja, ko Moli, I love basketball, Moli. Ishma, qa tjeti ku do të me kun Moli? Me kun Moli këto. Okej, fes, ti organizatori e zgjedhë dikën tjetër, pasi Moli. Ajs po do me ligja. Hajde edhe njerë fan Moli klima. A shkojnë kur njerë? Po, kur njerë me njerë. Kure. Interesa Mercuri faz que sou fedinai, é como um fantasma. Haydi dikkat. Sırtırlı mayın sırtırlı presi patı buğu. Şöyle sen bir bir hadi bas. Hadi de bir gel ya. Hadi. 5-6 tane idras senza. Aydan tane idras. Uyuna, sabe. Hadi bir fotoğrafı. Yep. Scrivi sicurimi motizioni. Yeah, what? Okay, teams being ready, we need to change the mics. Give us a second. Okej, tani desha radhës është në mes të ekipit të Riffa dhe Kandava. Okej. Ritore I parë që vjen Forrest Jonas Stefan. Me numër 1 është Dennis Dunker.
So we are one redemption story down. Vienna staying alive with a win over Fribourg. Now Riffa stepping up to the plate. They lost their first game of the day against Antananarivo. In the middle of a rain break, Dennis Donker with 6 points, but only 2 for 10. 2 for 10, you heard that right, from beyond the two-point arc. He's joined by Castor Augustijnen, Jonas Voors, and VVO, Vic van Oosterwijk. Augustijnen was huge with 8 rebounds and a blocked shot, but it wasn't enough against the young fellas from Madagascar, and now they face a tough opponent and an Olympian. It's Edgar Krumins stepping on the pitch. You see him there with number 5, Krumins, coming through here after a stint with a long-time stint with Team Riga. Now he's switching teams. He's joined by Carlis Apsitis, the leading scorer for this squad, Kristaps Glouditis and Andris Mistes. And this Kandava Turība squad could be trouble for the Bahraini Riffa team. And again, Glouditis is a bucket. The man averages 7.3 points per game on the pro circuit, and he's hitting 41% of his two-point attempts. And again, now they're joined by a Olympic gold medalist in Edgar Krumins, who got the first ever 3x3 gold medal for Team Latvia in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. And a long-standing member of Team Riga, played with Lasmanis, Miezes, but and of course Chavars, not to forget about him. But now stepping on the pitch for this Kandava Turība squad, there are 2 Olympians going into these Olympics. Zikmar Zaraimo and Francis Latsis not with the squad, so this is the team they run with. And it's Apsides getting a 2-point up first, and Kandava off to the races. 2-zip lead to start the game. VVO up to Augustine! Stretching out the Go-Go Gadget arms to get that one out of the air. Take a look at Go-Go Gadget. Casper the Ghost didn't disappear on that one. Quick pull up is missed. Apsides almost gets his mitts on the board. Can Riffa answer after that big boom by Augustine? Voorts missing out there. And it's Donker back to Voorts. Voorts attacking off the dribble, spinning into some action, but Apsides with the good hands underneath the basket. Masters stepping back for another attempt from long range. Anders Masters making his pro circuit debut here for Kandava. He's played some local tournaments, but nothing on the FIBA 3x3 pro circuit just yet. Steps into a team that has done well on the season. Kandava so far featured in 3 challengers, a 6th place at the Penang Challenger, a 5th place in the Poitiers Challenger, and a 7th in the Fribourg Challenger. They met up with Riffa at the Poitiers Challenger and lost. That was in Pool B action back there. They also played the World Tour at Ulaanbaatar and made a run at a 3rd place there. So this squad is very much capable. They did lose 2 guys in Raimo and Laches who shore up their interior presence. But it's not bad to replace 2 fellas like that with an Olympic gold medalist in Edgar's Kroemans. The man with the left knee bandaged up, as per usual. So high post action here for the Latvians. Kroemans stepping back. We've seen him take that shot so many times, misses on this one. Voorts hands it off. Dennis the Menace looking for space in a 4-to-4 game. Voorts with a great screen and roll action and a whistle on the play. Donkor now pulling up for 2 back irons. Masters with the board. He pulls up himself. This Kandava squad, one of the hotter shooting teams in all of 3x3. And now a whistle on the floor. The game these 2 teams played at the Poitiers Challenger was won by Riffa 22-17. A 3-man performance there as Brian de Valk injured his knee in the previous game in a tournament. Dennis Donkor went bananas with 9 points in the game. So far, not on pace to get there yet in this one. Masters gets stuck on the baseline. Augustijn's defense is, again, very active, but Apsitis coming through with the midi splash. Donkor midi. Can't answer. Gluditis has been a little bit quiet so far. Mid-range pull-up for him is splashed as well. Gluditis, and your leading scorer on this squad. Augustijn missed the miss. And Kandava off to the races. 7-4 against Team Riffa. We're already down a game. Donkor speeding to the rack, getting there at will, 7-5. Maybe Donkor needs to start doing that more. The man is just so speedy. Get to the rack whenever he wants to. Opts for a lot of these mid-range pull-ups. Donkor now from long range with the 2-ball and the option for one more. Dennis the Menace pulling his team back into the game. A timeout on the play as Edgars Krumins, the veteran, is telling his squad to calm down. Overzealousness on defense can cause this type of stuff. Dennis the Menace with a big bucket to get his team back in the game. Very much needed. Again, Kandava, for teams with a high volume of shots, is your leading 2-point make team on the season. They are almost at 40%, 57 for 152. That is just ridiculous. That's better than well-known shooting teams like Miami, for instance. A 7-8 game now in favor of the Latvians. Krumins looking for a handoff. There's Apsitis falling away on the shot. Rebound chased down by the Bahraini. And it's Furts underneath, bumping and getting fouled. So no make for Riffa, but an option to tie the game from the stripe. That's foul number 6 on Kandava Turība. Gluditis pulls up. That was a 2, but it's missed. And we approach the halfway mark in this game, but no clear team for the go-ahead here is Furts. No clear team that has picked up a lot of pace. Kandava started out strong, but Riffa fought back and have now taken the lead in this one. Again, they need a victory. A loss would mean they're out. That's your number 2 seed in the tournament, who's had a tough year. Krumins, knuckleball. Kandava up 10-9. A quick steal by Gluditis now. Gluditis with the floaty. Gets his own rebound up. Not in. Masters there. And Furts is on the floor. So the Latvians pick up a couple of quick buckets. First, Edgars Krumins lets a 2-ball fly. That's in. And then they get a Mister score underneath. Now Kandava's got a 2-point lead. Ooh, close to that connection. But Augustijn couldn't get to it. Was that Wilson touched? Who's that out on? Well, seconds to work with for the Latvians. Apparently that was out on Riffa. Offensive foul on Krumins, who is one of the more physical players in all of 3x3 when he plays. I've had the pleasure to run into Edgars Krumins a few times in my time as a player, and it's never fun when you play against a brick wall. Krumins to Apsitis. Apsitis looking for space. A mid-range shot as a result, and that's barely missed, so Riffa back to it. Again, pick and roll action. This time VVO on the receiving end. We're tied at 11, under the 5-minute mark in the game. Gets it back and gets a screen. VVO on the move. 2 buckets in a row for VVO. A contested look for Gluditis, and there's your second wedgie of the day. Now we really need to call the No Dunks podcast. Gluditis gets the ball stuck between the rim and the backboard. The Wilson's brought down, but possession will go to Riffa, as this is a jump ball situation. And in case of a jump ball, you get the ball as the defensive squad. We look back at that splash ball from long range. So a slight lead in possession for the athletes formerly known as Antwerp, Riffa, who need to get a win to stay alive. Forwards down low on the block, fading away from the contact. Apsides made that too difficult. Nat Wilson is out of bounds. So back to Kandava Turība we go. And Krumins with the travel. Donkor looking to extend the lead. The Belgian sniper can't get that one to go. He's usually a 34% shooter from long range, but hasn't been a successful shooting the Wilson today. In that first game against Antananarivo, 2 for 10 from beyond the arc. That's an abysmal shooting percentage, to say the least. Especially for somebody like Donkor, who's used to, getting closer to that 35% mark from long range. Donkor now on the stripe after the 8th foul on the Latvians. Donkor with a double splash from the free throw stripe. A big lead now for Riffa. Biggest lead in the game so far. 3 points in favor of Kandava. He dropped forwards, but he couldn't drop the bucket in. Donkor in and out. Cities denies his screen. He gets Kasper Augustijnen to the floor. Misters, 2's in. Kandava back within 1. Under the 3-minute mark here. Great pick and roll action results in the easy slam for Augustijnen. So both teams have been getting to their spots. Riffa now with a 2-point lead going into the final stretch of the game here. Krumins back out there for Kandava. Masters to the bench. CTs, or Gluditis, I apologize. There's Krumins, side steps into a 2-ball. Splash, that's money, it's 15 to 15. Better buckle up for this last stretch here. Augustiner runs into trouble. Absidi's right there. Augustiner can't get it to go. Gets his own rebound though. Up and in. Now Riffa's got a 1-point lead. The Olympic gold medalist Edgar Krumins on the move. And is fouled on the play. Sixth foul on Riffa. Fresh 12 for Kandava. Luditis to Krumins, another 2-ball up and in. The man is playing like he's possessed. This is what an Olympic gold medalist will do for you. Edgar Krumins coming through with 4 quick points to get his team a 1-point lead against the number 2 seed Riffa. But a foul will put Jonas Voorts on the stripe for 2 easy looks at a score. Number 9 on Kandava as well. Next foul will put them into double bonus as Voorts misses the first. And for those of you that don't know, the double bonus is a bad spot to be in 3x3. It's 2 free throws after a defensive foul, but possession to the other team as well after those free throws. Voorts gets the game tied up at 17 all. And we have passed the 2-minute mark in this one. 1:55 on the clock as the Latvians get a fresh 12. Gluditis to Krumins. Krumins gets a screen. Working on Donkor, stepping back. Edgar Krumins can't connect on another 2-ball. Frustration showing by the veteran, who will take a seat on the bench. Edgar Krumins' list of accolades longer than Route 66. He's got a gold medal at the Europe Cup, at the Tokyo Summer Olympic Games, silver medal at the Europe Cup, the World Cup, and the Europe Cup again. And I think we're even leaving some stuff off here. Anyway, that's all national team events too. He's won several challengers and multiple masters as a part of Team Riga. Now has taken his talents to Kandava Turība. We're working on a game against Riffa here. Gluditis with a 1-foot fader, Donkor with the board. And Augustiner controlling the Wilson here. A minute on the clock. Voorts looking for Augustiner. He's keeping Gluditis on his back. A 1-point lead is on the board for Riffa. Gluditis is wide open. Just a 2-ball. There's Donkor. A 2 would end things for Riffa here. Dennis Donkor working behind the screen, down to Voorts. Oh, Voorts missed the easy one. Masters. Play stop, 10 seconds are put on the shot clock. Jonas Voorts sure wishes he had that one back. An open layup missed by Riffa. Timeout now on the floor. We're under 40 seconds. Riffa have a 1-point lead. So let's see who these teams will go with. It's Apsitis, Gluditis, and Krumins taking on VVO, Donkor, and Augustiner. Krumins stepping back. Krumins, big shot, but no make. Apsitis with the board. It's up and in. Under 30 seconds. We're tied at 19. Donkor, Wilson in hand. Working on Krumins. Donkor with a big shot, and it's up and in. Riffa survived. Dennis Donkor with a game winner. And he keeps his team afloat. They needed a victory. They needed a shot. And it's Dennis the Menace coming through. He picks up a win for his team, Riffa. Final score in this one, 21-19.
For the game-winning point, did you do that on practice? It's normal for you. It's normal. It's just practice. We talking about practice. We talking about practice right now. I like it like that. Juan het Bosnem. Met nummer 5 Leandro Allende. Met nummer 6 Luis Cosco. Met nummer 9 Luis Gonzalez. En met nummer 3.
There's your second look at Team San Juan, who picked up a victory over Calabasas earlier. It was a close one, 17-16. They needed a Luis Quascu game-winning layup to get them up and over the hump. Antonio Rolat was quiet. He only had 3 points. We usually see him do more than that. But they did get a win, and now they face a Team Dusseldorf with a bit of a different look than usual. Left their leading rebounder at home, Kevin Bryant, not with the squad. It's Niklas Geske replacing him. Only one event with the squad so far. That was the Hangqian Challenger. He's joined by Niklas Kropp, Florian Wendler, and Leon Fertig, who's having a breakout campaign here in 2024. Fertig coming through the Nations Leagues, the youth circuit for FIBA 3x3. Getting his first real shot at playing time here in the pro circuit. And he's taken advantage in 5 events so far. He's at 7.1 points per game, hitting over 30% of his twos. Also leading the squad in drives and second in key assists. So the young fella who's still, by the way, on those Nations League tournaments, he's not even 24 yet. So he can still feature on the under-23 tournaments for Germany. Also a member of the German national squad that tried to qualify for the Olympics. Fertig is a drive-first heady guard, so you watch out for him. And he's going to try to lead his team to victory here. Dusseldorf on the season, a bit of a mixed bag so far. They started out decent, but have not been able to qualify to any Masters just yet, or maybe once. I apologize. They did qualify at the Clermont-Ferrand Challenger. They came in 4th, and because of hard seeding to the Masters that allocated to, they did make it. But a 7th place finish at the Hangqian Challenger, 6th at the Zhejiang Challenger, 5th at the Quebec Challenger, 4th at the Clermont-Ferrand Challenger, and then a left in pool play at the Fribourg Challenger, and last week at the Langfang Challenger out in China, they looked incredible on day one. Hit over 40% of their twos, were firing on all cylinders, but then ended up running into Team Wuxi in the quarterfinals. Could not get a bucket, couldn't hit a shot to save themselves, and they fell in the quarterfinals. They have played in this team San Juan before, this year even, at the Clermont-Ferrand semifinals, where San Juan took them and picked up a victory. The only win for them against San Juan came at the Pristina Challenger last year. So both these teams, again, have been active at this spot in Pristina. And we go 10 minutes sprinting here in our second game in Pool C action. If you just tuned in, I am Boz Rosendahl, aka The Mountain. I'll be with you here all day. We've had a long rain delay, so we are a little bit behind schedule. We're trying to make up for that by not having any breaks. And we are scheduled to end play today right around 10 o'clock today. 10:30-ish, depending on how long these games run. There is Krop. Can't splash the 2-ball. Wendler chases it down. Back to Krop. Krop now on the move, looking for Wendler down low. It's stolen, but oh, there's some slippage. Ralat can stay on his feet. Wendler now with the handoff. There's Geske. Geske is a shooter, so don't let him be open. Verteeg with a difficult shot, back iron, but it's fouled on the play. So Leon Verteeg, we talked about him before, stepping into the big leagues this year, leading his team in scoring, leading his team in drives. Second in key assists, and he will step to the stripe to try his hand at a freebie. Actually, 2 freebies. Obviously, that was an attempt from behind the arc. Second free throw is good. So Dusseldorf on the board first. It's Ralat taking it to the cup. And San Juan with the answer. A difficult shot for Lotto. Oh, there's Krop. Moving in the paint. Lefty layup is missed. Gets his own rebound. Another lefty attempt. There's Quaskut getting in the way of that. So San Juan with the possession now. Working on a screen. Ralat wide open. Lotto splashing for 2. Oh, the eraser erases that off the backboard. What a block by Quaskut. Now it's Geske trying for 2. He's on the floor, no call on the play. Krop gets his team an offensive rebound. So Dusseldorf missing Kevin Bryant, their leading rebounder. It seemed like he injured something in Langfang last week, so let's hope he's okay. And there's Geske with the handoff. Verteeg with the shot, no good. Geske chases down the rebound. And it's out of bounds. Gonzalez to Ralat, who's working behind the screen. Alado pulls up with a hand in his face. Gonzalez scoops up the rebound and scoops in the shot. So San Juan with a bit of a lead here, 4-1 for Tsieg, and Gonzalez get wrapped up. A whistle on the play. Krop is wide open from the top of the key. Niklas Krop, 1-2. Puts his team at 3. And there you go. German counting for you. Anyway, Gonzalez, the crossover. Geske got a foot in there. So a fresh 12 for the Puerto Ricans. Waskut loses to Wilson on his way up. Now he attempts a very difficult 2. That's missed very wide. Wendler, open underneath. Team's trading misses here. And it's Lotto with a filthy move and a step back. Lotto freezing Wendler. Gonzalez misses the shot. Wendler somehow gets that off a Geske pass, but no finish. 3 on the clock to work with. Geske hanging and hitting. A bump and a bucket for Niklas Geske. Look again. Gets hit on the arm by Gonzalez. With 0.9 on the shot clock, that's a bucket and an option for one more. And we have a 6-5 game after a little bit over 3 minutes of play. Exactly 3 minutes, that is. So we've not gotten to our TV timeout. It's San Juan Churches with the Wilson in hand and a fresh 12 to work with. They stormed ahead, but Dusseldorf has managed to claw back into this game. So it's Lotto with the Wilson in hand now. A 1-2 with Kwasku, who hands it off. Allende is open for 2. Lotto skying over everyone with the board, scooping in the bucket. So 2 of the more exciting young guards and all the 3x3 going at it between Fertig and Ralat. Fertig now steps back, can't connect. And a whistle on the play will get Dusseldorf on the board as far as fouls, and that will get us to our first TV timeout. In a tight game, Dusseldorf an option, or San Juan, I apologize, an option here to go up 2-0 in pool play and win the pool outright. Dusseldorf looking to change that, obviously. Gonzalez down to Ralat on the block. Allende on the move, hesitation doesn't result in an open look. Gonzalez, wildly contested shot. And Fertig lets that one go out of bounds. So Dusseldorf LFDY will have a new shot clock to work with. Post action for the Germans. Geske coming off the Wendler screen. Wendler being called for an offensive foul, holding off the defender. So second foul for Dusseldorf. And possession back to the Puerto Ricans. So San Juan in that first game they played against Calabasas, only 1 of 8 from long range. Only one to hit one was Luis Quascut, who ended up with 5 points. Nothing more important than the last one. Oh, swiped off. Geske, quick hands. And Geske leaves everyone in the dust too. So Nicolas Geske making his impact felt. He's been a member of the German national team in the past. Foul on the play now. So Leandro Allende will step to the stripe. He led the squad in scoring at 6 points and 6 rebounds against Calabasas. No connection on that free throw. Oh, Wendler was on his way to the rack, but dribbled the Wilson off of his foot. Some large shoes you got to dribble around. Oh, they lob it up to Quascut, who can't handle the pass. Now it's Fatigue and a foul on the play in favor of the Germans. 4th foul on San Juan. Krop splashing from the deep end, and Dusseldorf now pick up a lead. Niklas Krop was incredible on day 1 in last week's Challenger, hitting almost all of his shots from long range. And getting one to go down here is a good sign for this Dusseldorf LFDY squad. He attempts another one from long range. What a sequence. Krop taking over the game. Quascut kicks it out. There's Lotto. No answer. Krop a 3rd one. He's on the floor. No call on the play. And that Wilson goes out of bounds, but Niklas Krop came alive all of a sudden there. 2 quick 2s in a row put his team up 3 points. Fatigue in the post, looking at Gonzalez. He's got the size advantage. A foul on the play. Gonzalez, one might say, is a tad bit vertically challenged. Not the tallest player in this game at 3x3. Score remains 7-10. Krop with another attempt. Fatigue chasing down the board, saves it in bounds, but now he is out of bounds. That gives Gonzalez some time to work. Back to it. Allende attacking Wendler, gets stuck on the baseline. Fatigue picking up the Wilson. There's Krop again. They lob it up to Wendler. Wendler is fouled on the play. And Florian Wendler will step to the stripe.
është në Vienna gjojtjeve të lira, fitore me numër 9 i Dusseldorfit. 3 minuta 23 sekonda, ku të ndryshim të rezultatit çdo herë. Koncentrim.
So Florian Wendler, the 30-year-old, oldest player on this Dusseldorf LFDY squad, gets his team a 4-point lead after the TV timeout there. Wendler, your third-ranked player in Germany, and a perfect pick-and-roll player for Teague to work with. Wendler actually led him in scoring at the Pristina Challenger earlier this year, when he also featured Alan Boger. There's Geske. Geske stepping back. Another 2 balls in for Dusseldorf. They picked up a huge lead here. 6 points over your third seed, San Juan. Lotto bringing his team back. No answer, though. And an off. An unsportsmanlike foul now on San Juan. Fertzig skying for the board there, and then Quascu just smacking Fertzig out of for no reason whatsoever. San Juan already at a bonus. They're now at 8 fouls, 2 freebies for Leon Fertzig. I don't understand that play for Luis Quascu whatsoever. Maybe just a little bit of frustration. Fertzig takes advantage of the first free throw, but the second one no good. A 7-point lead for the Germans. Allende to Lotto. Ralat on the move, stepping back. Krop got long arms, but range for Lotto is longer. 14-9. And now an offensive foul called on Fertzig. Ralat. Behind the screen, there's Allende on the pop. Allende can't connect. Lotto with the board, though. Gonzalez now. Oh, almost mishandled the Wilson, but he gets it to Allende with a huge Euro step. He lost everyone, including myself, on that. Wendler with the patience underneath. Ralat driving baseline. Was open for a layup, but Gonzalez is open for 2. I don't know. I would have taken a layup there, but who knows? We're at the 2-minute mark. San Juan must be feeling it a little bit. Geske down to Wendler with the patience yet again. Dusseldorf looking comfortable here with that 6-point lead. But a foul on the play will put them at the bonus. 2 minutes left to play in Pool C action here. Calabasas out there waiting in the rafters to try to see who wins here. But it's been Dusseldorf so far. Again, it's all come down to them hitting some long-range shots, something that they did Rebound and foul now called on the play. And someone will get 2 free throws out of this. I think it's going to be Florian Wendler. He's setting up shop. Pulled down by Allende. The 9th foul on the Puerto Ricans. Wendler, first one's good. And the second one off the rim. 5-point lead for Dusseldorf. San Juan, they need a miracle here. This Allende 2 would help, but he misses. Rebound is out of bounds. And I think that is going to Dusseldorf. And with 49 seconds to go, it looks like San Juan's going to be picking up an L here. Dusseldorf starting things out here well in Pristina. Fatigue, no space. There's Krop sidestepping. Another 2-ball by Krop. Ralat, midi. Even the middies for Ralat now not falling. And Young Stars having a little bit of difficulty out here in Kosovo so far. Young Fatigue, by the way. There you go. Bump and a bucket. And that's that dreaded double bonus for San Juan. So Dusseldorf are at 18. They get 2 free throws, and they will get possession back with 23.3 seconds left on the clock. No rebound here, as the Germans know they're going to get that Wilson after this. Fatigue. And Dusseldorf, all the scores they can get will be helpful, as well as Calabasas is waiting in the rafters and could be looking to get things tied 3 ways here. Second freebie is missed, so 19-12. 2-ball would end things for Dusseldorf. Fatigue to Krop. Back to Fatigue with the athletic almost layup, but can't get it to go down. Allende. And lack of long distance shooting for the San Juan squad is really making it difficult. Krop. Fatigue puts in another layup, and that is all she wrote. Dusseldorf get a victory in their first game of the day and beat San Juan 20-12. This pool is about to be messier than a muddy pig. We'll see when action continues. Y'all take a look at these highlights.
Okej, hajde da li ćeš bravo. Hajde će Sintere, shkojna me ndeshjen e radhës ndërmjet Marijampole dhe ekipit të Podgoricës. Me numër 2 vjen Calabasas Pristina. Me numër 7 Arturas Mirantis. Me numër 0 Zakimartos Sisimonis. Me numër 4 Ivanos Suskis. Za Podgorica fitoi me numër 4 Petar Ivanović. Me numër 5 Miloš Jovanović. Me numër 3 Marko Rajković. Me numër 2 Aleksa Jovanović.
All right. Here we go again. A last reintroduction of Marijampole Mantinga, and now your first look at Team Podgorica, a team that could really shake up some things here. Podgorica have a squad that usually gets it done. They came out of nowhere last year with a finals run at the Pristina Masters and have continued to surprise teams since. We'll see how they fare out here in Kosovo.
Zeshka gati për fillimin e ndeshjes në mes të Marijampole dhe ekipit të Podgoricës. Pra shkoja për ekipin e Podgoricës në krahasim me
This
Marijampole.
Podgorica squad so far in the season, a semifinals run at the Masters in Marseille, then a finals run at the Quebec Challenger. But the Bordeaux Challenger proved too much. They couldn't get out of pool play in that one, so they're out here competing in Pristina to try to get the Wuxi. There's Shulskis, 2 up and in. This Marijampole squad, as we saw in their first game of action, is extremely dangerous shooting the Wilson. Just a ridiculous performance by the Lithuanians. 4 of 10 from beyond the arc. 2 of them came at the hands of Arturas Milaknis, and I've gotten some info on the guy. Just a ridiculous career in Lithuanian basketball. The biggest name, according to local experts, to join the 3x3 stage just yet from Lithuania, has played in the Serbian 5-on-5 league, Division 1, and a 42% career average from long range in the Euro League. So curious to see how Milaknis continues his debut here. He got 5 points in their first game. They were led, by the way, by Tatvidas Kliuncinikas with 9 points, 5 boards, and 4 highlights. Kliuncinikas with the Wilson in hand here throws up a prayer and is fouled. It's been that type of day for Marijampole. They beat down on Athens 21-15. Let's see how they fare against this Podgorica squad, who again is a feisty team to play against. They seem to come up with wins. And there's this type of action for Podgorica that leads to buckets. A difficult shot is missed. And Marijampole hang on to a 1-point lead. wide open look there. Missed though. Chilskis with the board. So a 1-point lead for the Lithuanians, featuring a legend on the squad. And again, I'm happy my sources informed me on that. Here he is on the move, looking to get a score. He's held up on the play. And that will be a foul on Podgorica, who's already racked up 4 fouls in the first minute and a half of play. So Arturas Milaknis making him count early. An opportunity to get his team up by 1 more point. The 38-year-old is not secure from the free throw stripe, though. Shimon has almost got his hands on that. Foul on the play. That will be number 2 on Marijampole Mantinga. And a reset here for Podgorica Kodio. High post play for the team from Montenegro. And a foul on the drive. Vujadinovic getting it a rack and is smacked on the play. Very balanced offensive effort for Podgorica so far on the pro circuit. In 3 events played, Ivanovic has led them in scoring at 4.9 points per game, but Vujadinovic at 4.6 and Jovanovic at 4.5 are very close. There's Chilskis. And a quick 2 is missed wide by Vujadinovic. Usually not a high volume 2-point shooter, but he's at 50% on the season. 4 of 8 though, so not a high volume. Backdoor cut, that was a great find by Klienčinikas, but he couldn't get his mitts on it. It's Chilskis. Here you go, Podgorica again, another high post look. The mid-range shot is missed. Kick it out. A quick trigger. 2 is missed wild. Top of the backboard. And an easy look and an easy layup. Vujadinovic continuing to score whenever he wants to. Low scoring affair here early, only 3-2. Both teams have not had the best of luck at their shot attempts. Good defense too as well. Shimonis foul the play. Seems to be number 6 on Podgorica. Podgorica, I apologize. They've been hacking like the dark web out here. Shimonis Back to the legend himself. Splash ball is good for Milaknis. This is what they got him for. Long range shots, that's his specialty. He gets beat on the backdoor cut right away though, 5-3. Milaknis now, Wilson in hand, takes a drive, kick out. There's Shimonis. And a TV timeout with a 2-point lead for the Lithuanians, 5-3 in a low-scoring affair against Podgorica Kodio. Both teams have had a little bit of trouble getting to their spots. Chinikas working off the screen. Hand off for Shulskis between the legs pass. What a play. Marijampole up 6-3. Oh, great rebound pickup there. Technical foul on the play right after as well. So was that a delay of game technical issued? Referees are trying to discuss. No basket. That Wilson wasn't cleared. Not sure what happened to the technical foul. I see foul still stuck at 6-3. Basket is waved off though. So the score is back to 6-3. Possession with Marijampole now. Klienčinikas to Šulskis. Klienčinikas leans into a two, is fouled on the shot. That is just not a smart foul. For 7 on Podgorica. And Klienčinikas knocking down the first one. And now a 5-point lead for the Lithuanians. Foul on the play. Adds number 4 on Marijampole. That was in the act of shooting, so we'll see Vujadinovic step to the stripe. Alexa Vujadinovic. Splash into first. But an answer right away for Šulskis. So a 9-4 game and then a technical foul issued. I think that technical foul was on Šulskis. I'm not sure what he did there. And that free throw is missed, so it will not have any effect on the score. Will, however, put Marijampole at 5 fouls. Oh, there you go. An open look. And a splash ball for Podgorica, who it seems like have mixed up their shirt numbers. So what I thought was Vujadinovic has been Ivanovic all along. Vujadinovic playing with number 2 out here playing some defense on Klienčinikas. Klienčinikas with the left to right cross leading into the contact. No good, but gets his own board. And the Lithuanians are cruising. So if you're just tuning in or if you've been listening, you've heard me mess up some Montenegrin names, but that's all so far. It's been Lithuania and Marijampole Mantinga getting all the easy buckets in this one. They've looked very, very good. 11-7 now. There is another long-range attempt, but Milaknis can't get it to go. Now Milaknis is in the paint. Spins, a righty hook is missed. Good defense there. Wild shot is long by Jovanovic. And we have crossed the halfway mark. We're at 4:36 in this one. Marijampole could go and get both their pool games out of the way with a win here. And no, they're going to be moving on to the knockout rounds tomorrow. But we have 4:20 to find out whether that works or not. Klienčinikas knuckleballs the miss there. Vujadinovic picking up the rebound. Oh, Jovanovic throws it away. So it's Marijampole now back to it. Milaknis. So Milaknis has hit 1-2. But that's where the counter stops so far. And in their first game in action, he had 2 of them. Good patience there. And Podgorica is back within 3 points. Klienčinikas looking to change that. A little bit of rushed action now on the Lithuanian side. Good 1-2 there. Great find. Vujadinovic on the receiving end of that delectable dish. And there's an easy look for Milaknis. And he knows just what to do with that. So second TV time out here, and the lead for Marijampole has shrunk just a little bit. It's only 12-9 now. The game has slowed down. Podgorica has been finding ways to get to the rack. And here go Podgorica again. Vujadinovic on the receiving end of a lot of pick and roll action. Can't connect on the shot there. It's Shimonis now mishandling the Wilson. He saves it inbound. It stays with Marijampole for now. Wild shot. Shimonis can't find the mark. And Vujadinovic is fouled on the baseline. That's the foul number 7 on Marijampole Mantinga. So 2 free throws coming up for Alexa Vujadinovic. And 1 of 2 free throws is down, so we're back within a possession after a big lead by Marijampole early. Šulskis, another rush shot by the Lithuanians. So Podgorica fighting and clawing themselves back into this one. It's Rajcevic to Jovanovic. Jovanovic, a mid-range pull-up. This time it's good. So that lead for Marijampole has disappeared, evaporated like water in the desert. They can't get any shots to go now as well. Šulc is missing an easy layup. There is Jovanovic. A lead for Podgorica, Kodio. Oh, great find, great pass by Simonis. How do you get that through? Šulc catching that. And a hesitation there by Vujadinovic, who gets it up and in after his rebound. So a 13-12 game. A tighter contest than maybe the first couple of minutes showed here. But credit to Podgorica Kodio. They've been scrapping and clawing, getting to their spots. They've been rushing Marijampole Mantinga into some early in the shot clock, maybe forced shots. And it's resulted in them clawing all the way back into this game. Jovanovic here with the midi pull-up. Shot he missed earlier in the game, and then it's been a lot of Vujadinovic underneath the basket. They've been going to him in pick and roll action time and time again. Now Vujadinovic is on the bench. Go with Jovanovic, Rajcevic, and Ivanovic. Marijampole coming up with an open shot first. That's missed by Simonis. Controlled by Podgorica. Jovanovic skying in for the easy layup. And we're tied at 13, under 2 minutes. Šulc, that's an easy layup. Great take. Taking advantage of the foul situation. Both teams are in the bonus. Rajcevic now does the same thing, answers 14-14. It's been Podgorica having an easier time of scoring as of late. The long distance shot has dried up for Marijampole. Now they're trying mid-rangers. That is also not working. Possession over to the team from Montenegro. Marijampole has looked a little bit out of sorts and maybe a little bit out of gas in the latter stretch of the game. This is what happened earlier. The fancy play nutmegged himself to get it there. That pass more magical than David Blaine. But it's been Podgorica as of late. Game now tied. See, we're getting into the evening part of action here in Pristina. Sun has set. We got the bright lights on the court, so we can continue play. And if you're just tuning in, we've had a rain delay, so we are a little bit behind schedule. So Freebie's coming up here after that foul in the rebound. Foul called on Podgorica, so Klienčinikas will step to the strike. A necessary foul, maybe. At least 2 easy looks for Tautvydas Klienčinikas. And the seconds down for Klienčinikas as well, so a 2-point lead again for Marijampole. Rajcevic to Jovanovic, fading on the 2-point shot. That's in and out. Rebound picked up. Oh, that's blocked, it seemed like, but a foul call on the play. Jovanovic tried to get a shot up. And Milaknis hitting Wilson an arm, it seems. The 8th foul on Marijampole. Now 2 free throws coming up for Podgorica. This game has seen more turns than a mountain road. Who will come up with a victory? Will Marijampole go 2-0 on day 1 action here from Kosovo, or will Podgorica mess up those plans and get a victory? Jovanovic gets high here. Milos Jovanovic leaves one on the board, so a 1-point lead remains for the Lithuanians. Milaknis attempted a 2, but shot long. Under 50 seconds now. They get it down to Jovanovic. Now he ties things up. 16-all. Milakni's down to Schulskis on the cut like a Band-Aid. 17-16, a great find underneath. And the patience to finish there. 17-17. Chinikas to Schulskis, that pass is overshot. Out of bounds, 14 seconds to work with for Podgorica. We'll see 2 more possessions in this game for sure. Podgorica have a fresh 12 to work with though. They go with Jovanovic, Vujadinovic, and Ivanovic. And Marijampole. See Milaknis out there with Chinikas and Chimonis. It's Ivanovic working behind the screen. Ivanovic now hounded by the Lithuanians. They pass it inside. It's broken up by Chimonis. Milaknis, 2 on the clock. He gives it up. Chimonis, it's in! Yes! Chimonis with a buzzer beater to get his team to victory. Zigimantas Chimonis. The handoff got him to rock, and he manages to splash it in. Marijampole take care of Podgorica on the skin of their teeth, 19-17. Y'all enjoy these highlights. Well, actually, the players on the court and the referees are discussing things. Oh, it's in, and that'll do it. So y'all enjoy the highlights. As I try to recover my voice after that shot.
Fribourg med nummer 3, Antananarivo. Hajde Fribourg. Hajde ekipet gati. Ej, Fribourg. A I keni ble biljeta apo jo? I presim. Okej, deri sa ekipet jenë gati, banka rezerve dhe referat jenë gati. Aprend për performancë, pak ma vonë e referit, Tisha është në house. Kështu që vazhdojnë me qëndru bashkë me ne. Tishën e kena këto, Fribourgin e kena këto, Bordeaux në Francës e kena këto. A ja pak so mikrofonit këtu. Okej, tani jemi gati ekipet. I thrasëm me emrin dhe ekipit të Fribourgit me number 3, Antananarivo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mess in Pool B. We need a cleanup in Pool B. We got 2 teams at 1 victory. Vienna, a loss and a win. They're done playing for today, and they might be done playing in the tournament depending on the outcome of this game. Fribourg a loss so far, Bordeaux only a win. This team, Fribourg, looking to upset things. If they beat Bordeaux here, it'd be a 3-way tie. And then we go to points scored. Now, we'll get the calculators out when it matters, but Fribourg not great in their first game against Vienna. They got 5 points and 9 rebounds out of Kazadi. That was it. He was your top performer. Now Bordeaux Eddie Steiner, I don't know. He transcended his own game. 3 for 4 from beyond the arc in a win, a 21-18 victory over Vienna. 6 points for Emmanuel Monco as well. They went 5 for 12 from long range as a squad. See if Fribourg can pick up the pace here, as again they only scored 13 points against Vienna in that game. They went 3 for 18 from long range, so not a great performance. Jonathan Kazadi at the forefront in a 1 for 8 performance from distance. So they're looking to change things slightly here. And again, they need to get a win, and they need to score a bunch of points to be able to move on to day 2 action here. And again, Fribourg, your 2023 and 2022 finalists out here in Pristina. A second place finish in both those tournaments. Could be facing elimination here if they lose the game. And again, Vienna, your #1 seed, waiting in the rafters to see the outcome of this one. A Bordeaux win will get them on to day 2 for sure. As your second seed, a Fribourg win would mean we have to bring out the calculators. Fribourg, who have no option of catching Vienna in the standings anymore. Even if they win, they are down right now 25 points. So they need to pick up a victory over Bordeaux here, but they don't only need to pick up a victory. They need to win, and they need to win by 8 points or more. If they do that, they're going to be moving on. Steiner left to Wilson, picked up by Kazadi. Fribourg's going to look to play some defense and get a bunch of quick points up on the board. Jurkovic spinning and hanging. Not hitting the shot, but gets fouled on the play. There's Monco. He had 6 points in that win over Vienna. Working on Martins. Monco, a lefty scoop, is up and out. There's Kazadi in the high post to Jurkovic. Gets it back. Kazadi, and there is the new addition, wide open. Kilian Martin. He had 1 point in their first game of action. Coupled with 4 rebounds, missed 3 of 5, or missed 4 of his 5 shots from the field. Martins eclipsed his scoring mark from the first game already with that tip, and it's a 3-zip lead for Fribourg. This is the start that they wanted. Steiner continues his form out of here in Pristina. Now it's Kazadi to Martin again. They keep featuring him, and it's 4-1 as a result. Auger, the lone sizable option for this Bordeaux squad. He's going to have to fight hard to stave off Kilian Martin and Natan Jurkovic. Mismatches favor Fribourg, especially going to the basket. Bordeaux, they have the better shooting options so far in the tournament. And at least Steiner, but multiple players on their squad hitting a couple of twos. Monko now almost gets the steal. Jurkovic tracks it down. There's a shot clock violation. Kazadi wide open for the layup. Fribourg is already getting close to that 8-point mark they need. So a victory for Fribourg and a victory by 8 or more would put them up and over Bordeaux in the standings. Though they've scored 21, mainly by the hand of Steiner, who started to miss now. Martin, quick look at 2, no good. But again, let me reiterate, this pool is a mess. Bordeaux got a victory, Vienna at 1-1. Fribourg stuck at a loss so far, but a win for Fribourg would shake things up. Encore. To Constance. Auger now handling the Wilson. Auger on his way to the rack, bumping and laying. But Auger can't hit. Bordeaux still stuck at 1 because of it. Jurkovic. Give and go action with Martin. Jurkovic hangs, doesn't hit. Martin almost gets the board. Who's that out on? High post action now with Kazadi and Martin. Now it's Jurkovic, the Thomas kind, in the post. He gets that layup, but it rolls out. And I think he put his foot on the line. So a turnover as a result. So back to the French, Bordeaux Ballistik. A chance to upset everyone in Pool A with a victory. They'd come out as your first seed out of Pool A if they won, which would mean something to the French. They've been active early in the season. We talked about the amount of tournaments that they played. The fact that they are without their leading bucket getter in Antoine Eto'o, who's not with the squad here. This Bordeaux Ballistik, a very active team early in the season. Their number 9 seed out here. Played in the Clermont-Ferrand Challenger as well as Orléans and Poitiers, and the World Tour in Edmonton, and then the Bordeaux Challenger as well. So 4 French challengers so far for the squad. And now a challenger abroad. Monko, bully ball. Uh-oh. Jurkovic, I think he might have got hit in the solar plexus there. Monko took it to his chest. And Jurkovic still down. Shoulder to the chest will do that to you. You get hit in that solar plexus, you can't catch your breath for a couple of minutes there. So Thomas Jurkovic will step to the side here and try to get some wind back in him. Natan Jurkovic back out there. Kazadi now, high post action, he hands it off. Kazadi, they go inside to Martin. Martin. And another easy bucket as Fribourg keep featuring Martin underneath the basket. He's got the size to back it up. and has been scoring at will for Fribourg here early in the game. Steiner back out in the pitch. Steiner launches a 2. Can't repeat his magic from the first game so far, though. Eddie Steiner off the mark. After a great first game against Vienna, they rode him to a victory. He only missed one 2-point shot in that game. Martin, meanwhile, just packed his lunch pail. Working like it's a 9-to-5. Steiner again. Steiner fading away on the 2 there. That was closer to the mark, but still not in. And again, as we mentioned before, Fribourg need to win. They need to win by 8 points or more. Either way, Vienna is safe. So a Fribourg win will have Vienna moving on, and a Bordeaux win will have Vienna moving on. That's an interesting position to be at when you're stuck at 1-1, but an attest to the scoring prowess on the Austrian squad. Anyway, they're not playing, so I'll stop being distracted. We got Swiss Khalifa on the stripe, lining up for a free throw after that second foul on Bordeaux. Jurkovic, splash ball. And Fribourg got a 6-point lead. Again, they need 8. Monko off the top of the head of Swiss Khalifa. Ridiculous. My goodness, Emmanuel Monko. Can we get a look at this again? Oh, the ref was in the way. Monko bangs on Swiss Khalifa. He brought his pogo stick. Wow. Kazadi launches one at the end of the shot clock. Nothing there. And we see Thomas Jurkovic step back out there after getting hit earlier, so he looks to be okay. Bordeaux want to stay alive. They need to do better than 3 points in 4.5 minutes. Steiner stuck. Steiner attacking Jurkovic. Hands it off. Auger, a sidestep 2. That's missed and rebounded by Fribourg. Now Kazadi beating everyone on the drive, but gets rejected by Monko. The man has brought his jetpack and has taken it to the court here in Pristina. First a dunk, then a rejection. Now a 2-point shot up for Monko. He's fouled on the play. But Emmanuel Denis Monko is showing out here in Kosovo. Monko helping his team out in a big way. Getting the 5th point on the board for the French. And cutting into that crucial Fribourg lead. So the Swiss, they need to find their scoring prowess again. If they want to continue play out here in Pristina, need to beat Bordeaux by 8. Easy task, or at least an easy task to start with, but not so easy on the half court, I'll tell you that. Jurkovic. Martin with the board. Blocked on the sky hook, but a foul on the play. That is foul number 3 on the Bordeaux Ballistik squad. Auger got a hand on the Wilson as well as the arm of Kylian Martin. was shaking off the jitters that looked like were plaguing him in the first game he played. Again, this is his first ever appearance on the pro circuit. And he's been active in this game. Big shoes to fill for him. Again, Jonathan Dubas not with the squad in this one. Their leading bucket getter on the pro circuit this year. Steiner, he gets it up and over Kazadi. Eddie Steiner scrapping into another bucket. Three-point lead for the Swiss. They run a play for Jurkovic here. He gets it to Kazadi. A hook shot's missed. Monko is waving his teammates off. He's looking to attack Martin. Monko steps into a very long one-point shot. Back to Fribourg we go. Well, I was going to say free Jurkovic, but Jurkovic can't get the lid to go. There goes my call. Anyway, Steiner moving behind the screen. And Steiner's fouled on the play. 5th foul on the Swiss. Auger pulls up for 2, only hits the backboard. Rebound, Jurkovic, and another rebound, Jurkovic. He's working on his offensive rebound stats. That Wilson is played like a hot potato. Now a foul on the play. And it seems like that foul is on Fribourg, so under 4 minutes. And both teams are having trouble scoring a Wilson. Second TV timeout in a 9-6 game. A very low-scoring affair. And again, Fribourg, they need some more points. Bordeaux, they'll be fine with the score as is. I mean, it might move on second out of if things continue like this, but they'll still move on. But this was the play of the day so far. Emmanuel Monko rising up and over the Swiss Alps. Bang. Steiner, fresh 12 for Bordeaux. Flips it to Auger. Auger going to the righty scoop. And Bordeaux pulled within 2 in this game. And it seems like Fribourg is run dry here when it comes to offense. Jurkovic off the glass. Look, that let's call that the reverse announcer's jinx. Kazadi now hands it off. Jurkovic just hit a 2. They try to get it down low to Martin Kazadi. It's broken up. 3 on the shot clock. Kazadi. Rebound to Bordeaux. Oh, but a steal right away. Kazadi now a long-range shot. Fribourg's woes from distance continue. And there is Pontant. And bodies flying everywhere, but I think possession will go back to the French. After that, Wilson went out of bounds. Bordeaux now, an opportunity to get the game closer. Auger, 4 on the shot clock. Auger going right. That was a recipe for success earlier, but he's locked up, fading away on the shot. Auger! But I think that doesn't count. Yep. A shot clock violation on the play. So wipe the bucket off, even though it was pretty. See? The clock hit 0 when it was still in Baptiste Auger's hands. Possession back over to the Swiss. They got a 4-point lead. Make that 5 after the Martin bang. 12-7. Could it be? 2:30 on the clock. Steiner. Not good. And a quick transition option here for Fribourg. Martin spinning into another bucket underneath. The man is just on fire from the field underneath the basket. Fribourg up to 6 points now. A running hook shot, a high degree difficulty. A look. Jurkovic right away with the answer, but it's missed. Loses the Wilson. And possession will go over to the Swiss, who again need an 8-point victory. They have a 5-point lead here. And they look to continue to score. Kazadi down to Jurkovic. Not a contest on Steiner. So Bordeaux, if they continue to play like this, they could be out of the tournament. After picking up a huge victory over Vienna, they now face elimination at the hands of Fribourg, who got a 6-point lead on them. Score remains like this, Bordeaux moves on. Fribourg scores 2 more and keeps that distance, that separation of 8 points. They go on. Pools like this, they require a calculator sometimes, as a 3-way tie goes by points scored, total points scored, that is. And right now that's in favor of Bordeaux, but it's very close. French will take the check here. They go with, oh, well, Monco almost turns it over. Now he's speeding to the rack. Monco is blocked by Martin, but there's a foul on the play. That is number 7 on Fribourg. So Emmanuel Monco on the stripe for 2 freebies. Looked like Martin got a lot of Wilson on that, but Rev Vlad on the baseline. Saw a foul. Bordeaux go with Pontans, with Monco and Auger. Steiner will take a seat. And Fribourg got the tall squad out with Martin and Jurkovic, joined by Kazadi. Monco, 1-2. 14-9 it stands. Kazadi working behind the screen from Jurkovic, lobs it up. A whistle on the play. That score won't count. But that's foul number 5 on the French. Great awareness by Jurkovic tapping that ball in, but it's wiped off the scoreboard. So reset here for the Swiss. It's Kazadi with an open look. Oh, finally a 2-ball goes in for Fribourg. This is what they need. A 7-point lead for the Swiss. One more score, and they're at that 8-point lead they need. Pontans to Steiner. Steiner attempts a 2. It's a miss. The Swiss could do it here. Jurkovic to Jurkovic. Thomas with the board. Gets it to not done. Kazadi hanging, not hitting. We're under a minute. Virtually, Bordeaux is through with the score like this. Steiner gets his own rebound. Calms the troops, 9 to work with. Monco free. Oh, he misses. Looks like there was some physical contact, but no call. There's Jurkovic back to Kazadi. And virtually now, Fribourg is moving on out of pool play. 17-9. If things remain this way, and I have to bring my calculator out, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. If things remain this way, then Fribourg erase Bordeaux's lead on the score table and we'll move on out of pool play. And We only have 27 some seconds to go, so let's see if Bordeaux can come away with a score here. They need one, and they need one badly. And it was a lot of Martin earlier. He was a beast underneath the basket. So look, 27.2 seconds. If the score remains like this, if the separation between these two teams remains at 8 points, it's Fribourg moving on. Now Bordeaux need a score. Steiner. They look for Monco, but turn it over. Kazadi chases that Wilson down. It's Jurkovic now. It's 17 seconds on the clock. 9 on the shot clock. Kazadi moving into space. Hits a layup. This is it. Bordeaux needed 2. Steiner pulls up for 2. Misses. And Bordeaux throw this one away. Actually, hold on. There's a foul on the play. Eddie Steiner on the stripe with 4.2 seconds. 2 made free throws. Could erase that Fribourg lead and could make sure that Bordeaux move on. Who knows? Steiner. Wow. Misses the first one. So make or miss. Bordeaux will need another score. What do you do in this case? I'd say miss and try for 2. Steiner misses. Auger gets the board. He tries for 2. And that's out of bounds. So Fribourg somehow, some way get the win here. Kazadi's keeping that Wilson away, and Fribourg looks like they're going to be moving on to day 2 action. We'll bring out our calculators. Fribourg pick up an 18-9 victory. They needed 8 points to get the win and get through to the knockout rounds. Bordeaux are left in the dust after an impressive game against Vienna. Somehow, some way, they just let this one slip away. Y'all enjoy the highlights.
Okej, teksturen prinseras derin som om uno me jura. Pristina, kur jeni gati, krejt pash për tasin. 3, 2, 1, Prešti, Andrej Šom. Ide preko Luža. Ljubavica Šom. Lapa, till next time. Yep, ni dolazi vidimo Nice! Dobro, idemo Nice. Juxhalju Turība nëse rastësisht e keni gjetur një çast të veturës Dacia, lajmërojeni të sjellni këtu afër. Please, Dacia. Nëse e gjeni një çast të veturës, se çfarë është puna, do të thoma shpejt ju lutem. Nuk është Golf 2, po Dacia. Në mes të ekipit Kandava dhe Antananarivo. S'mobën shumë kohë për thirëm ekipit fort Kandava. Okej, me numër 2, Karlis Apsitis. Me numër 3, Kristovas Lutis. Me numër 5, Edgar Krumis.
As we recovered from the mess that was Pool A, we step right back into a different mess in Pool B. It's Kandava Turība stepping to the pitch. They lost their game against Riffa. A 19-21 defeat and a last second shot for Dennis Donkor that did him in. It's Karlis Apsitis, Kristaps Lukitis, Andris Misters, and Edgars Krumins who led them with 8 points, 4 of 8 from 2. But it wasn't enough, and they didn't win. They need a victory here against Antananarivo. The young Madagascar squad picked up a win against Riffa, 17-16. Eli led him with 10 points. Livio had 7. So that's it. Out of 17 points, it was those two guys, Eli and Livio. Alfa and Fiati didn't score. They were important on defense, obviously. But this Antananarivo squad, again, standing on top of the pool now with a win. They've scored less than Kandava. And we could be heading for a three-way tie here again. Look, Antananarivo wins, they're through, Riffa's through, Kandava's out. Kandava wins, we take out the calculators. Because they could be catching Antananarivo, and they could also be catching Riffa. Antananarivo, they could still catch Riffa as well if they score 20. So it's an interesting pool, to say the least. That's just to set your stage here for the last 10-minute sprint in Pool B play. We got 3 more 10-minute sprints to go here from Kosovo, Pristina. We've been with you since 12 o'clock from Zahir Pajaziti Square with some breaks. Last of those breaks was Michi, a local artist. I like this stuff. I didn't mind it at all. So again, we're running a little bit behind schedule. If you've just tuned in, this is the game that was slated to start at 8:55 local time. Now it's 9:35, so we're more than a little bit behind schedule. But it doesn't matter when it comes to 3x3. We will finish the job anyways. Krumens finishes the shot up underneath the basket. A 1-point lead for Kandava to start things off. Gluditis pulls up for 2. Gluditis, who was a little bit quiet in their first game of the day. Only 2 points for the leading bucket getter for this Kandava squad. He usually averages over 7 points a game. But 0 for 6 from beyond the arc for Gluditis. Now he's getting his first 2 to drop. Livio stepping back, no space. Eli now a deep 2. Missed rebound picked up by Masters. And there's Gluditis again. Again, he's a 41% shooter on the season. Turnover by Alpha. Quick bucket for Masters underneath. So Kandava off to the races, 4-1. A great start for the Latvian squad, who again, they need a victory. And they need it by well, they don't need it by a wide margin of points. They have already got Antananarivo beat in the standings if they beat him. Krumens. Foul called on the play. Krumens again working from the high post. And this time he travels with the Wilson. A step too many for the veteran who transferred in from Team Riga. This is his first tournament in a while. Eli can't connect on the shot. A foul called on the rebound. Who's that on? Looks like that's Antananarivo's second foul. Fiati on the receiving end of that call from the referee. So Kandava Turība will step up and get a fresh 12. A victory enough for the Latvians to qualify if they want to come in first in the pool. They need to score more than 18 points. 19 to be precise, as they are the lower ranked team as far as seed. So a tie with Riffa in both points scored and games won mean we go to ranking. But you know what? We'll get to that when we get to that. A pretty play by Antananarivo, but now Eli is complaining. He's leaving Krumens alone. Krumens now working behind a screen. Krumens misses the 2. He was a 4 of 8 in their first game, 50% on 2s. That was all of his 8 points, by the way. Apsitis now tries for 2, and this Kandava squad will keep shooting. Again, they went 6 for 21 in their game against Riffa. Mind you, while Livio drains one, that his game at 3x3 only has right around 30 to 35 possessions, so 21 out of 35 shots taken. 34 shots taken, actually, were 2s. That's ridiculous. Anyway, Livio. Eli bringing down the board. And, you know, I can get his last name out once or twice. His name is Eli Randria Mampionona. I've practiced that, if you're wondering. But I like these Malagasy names. And these young fellas deserve the respect. Because ever since they've stepped on the world stage last year at the World Cup in Vienna, they've been showing out. Livio. A contested look no good Fiati can't control the board. Gluditis stepping all the way back. Losing the defense, but also getting lost on the shot. There's Eli again. He is again a 3-time medalist at the Africa Cup. Uh-oh, Fiati bulldozing Gluditis. Just telling him to get in the weight room. Show the guns, young fella. You flex a little bit after a bucket like that. 6-5 it stands. As the Latvians still hold on to a lead. Gluditis to Apsidis. A beautiful drawn play. And Kandava now up by 2. Can they contain Livio and Eli is the question. The 2 young guards for Antananarivo are the key to their offense. 27 and 28 years old. Ranked number 1 and 2 in the country. Right around the 150 mark in the world. And they've been the full focus for this Madagascar 3x3 surge in the last few years. Livio here traveling though. Kandava get it back and a whistle on the play. 3rd foul on Antananarivo. A handoff for Livio. And you already know what's happening. There's going to be some shooting done here. Livio fading on the mid-range jumper. Antananarivo sticking around in this one. Kandava, they're coming up with team play after team play after team play. Help side means Masters is open. He missed a shot. Alpha can't control the board though. And I think that's the main issue for this Antananarivo squad. Is they play their own brand of 3x3 basketball, but it includes a lot of help side action and also not a lot of discipline on screens. So against a Latvian squad, you're going to be in trouble then as they keep running these screens. And if you play help side, they're going to kick it out to, in the case of this team, Kandava, a great shooter because they are all good shooters. This is one of the better 2-point shooting teams in all of 3x3. Before the tournament started, they were right at 38% on the season. And it's 10-6. Eli now. Behind the screen, Eli Randria Mampio Nona splashes another 2, 10-8. Oh, what a find by Apsitis. Masters can't make it pay though. That was a great pass. Livio, another contested 2, and it hits the back iron. The Latvians back to it. It's Apsitis. Barely missing that layup. Another 2's up for Antananarivo. They keep on trying to shoot. And Livio now missing. Masters, they don't want to get into a shootout with this Kandava squad, I was going to say, as Masters splashes another one. I do think Kandava is the better shooting team, but Eli, he makes Gluditis stumble. Can't make the shot. Gluditis, though, answers right away. So, told you, it's a hot shooting contest here. between Kandava and Antananarivo. Eli now pulling up for two. Splash ball again. Deuces are wild. We have more deuces than a Japanese selfie, ladies and gentlemen, in pool B action out here from Pristina. Both teams are not putting the guns away, I'll tell you that. Delay a game warning on the Latvians as Krumins was trying to set up the troops. Gluditis losing everyone. Upsitis is now open for two. No good. Rebound corralled by Livio. Livio trying to get it to Alpha. That's not a good idea, but Krumins steps out of bounds. There's Eli. He led the squad in scoring. Great pass by Eli underneath. A finish by Alpha. Eli again in that first game against Riffa at 10 points out of 17 total. Livio had the other 7. Wow, Gluditis. Opportunistic shot. Krumins now. They work it around to Masters. Another miss by Masters. Gluditis now is fouled. Here we go again. Kandava. They got a beautiful backdoor play. Upsitis on the receiving end of that. Oh, but the answer is there for Eli. 15 to 13, I was going to say. Looks like it's 14 to 14, but it's 15 to 13. Here we go. Scores are being put into place. Livio receiving a screen, pulling up himself, and Antananarivo. They just keep on hitting shots. Unbelievable performance by the young guys from Madagascar. 15-15. They keep on hitting shots, but you know what? Gluditis can hit some as well. 17-15. Eli, hounded by Masters, is pushed. And that's foul number 3 on Kandava only. 2:30 on the clock. Antananarivo want to get to 20. Kandava want to get a win. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and retract my words there. Antananarivo, they just want to get a win. If they get to 20, they don't make it, as they would tie Riffa. They just want to get a victory here. Livio, no splashing on that one. There's Krumins, he's blocked. Heads up play there by Livio. It's Eli now, sharing with Fiati. Back to Eli. Eli, a pull up, 2. Bang, bang. Eli put his team up by 1. Gluditis with the answer right away is no good. Eli and Livio sharing that Wilson again. Now it's Livio on the drive. It's wrapped up by Krumins. Leaves that fouls on the floor. Look at Livio getting by Krumins, using his speed. Krumins, business decision, wants the foul on the floor. So a fresh, I was going to say a fresh 12 to work with, but they didn't get that. Now a foul on the play. So Antananarivo with a 1-point lead. They could knock Kandava Turība out of the tournament if they keep going like this. Eli, who's been in his bag all day, stepping back behind the arc. Rebound up and in by Alpha. A 2-point lead for the Malagasy. Gluditis wanted a foul, didn't get it. Now a foul on the screen. Offensive, as Apsitis gotten away, stuck his leg out. So Antananarivo at the doorstep of a huge upset. They could be headlining Pool B if they win here. Eli, a 2 means game. He gets it back. Eli's open. Eli off the side rim. We're approaching the minute mark here. Kandava, can they come back? They need again a victory to even stay alive. Misters, a wild miss. Gluditis now to Apsitis from the corner. Splash ball, tied at 19. Eli's got the rock in hand. Eli working on Misters. Eli, Misters with the great defense. Eli stepping back. He forces up a wild shot. It's missed. 49 seconds on the clock, but my money is on that we're not making it to the end of that. Both these teams have been shooting. Stuck at 19 to 19. And Eli couldn't get a good, clean look off on the last one. So now it's the Latvians with an opportunity to get this game wrapped up and move on to day 2, which would mean they knock out Antananarivo. Riffa in great position due to their scoring prowess in their earlier 2 games. Let's see if the Latvians can finish the job. A 2 would end things. They go with Gluditis, Apsitis, and Misters. Your Tokyo 2020 Olympic gold medal winner crewman staying on the bench in favor of Misters, who will take the check here. Misters. They get Gluditis to rock. Gluditis on a drive. He is wide open. They kick it to Misters. He was open for a layup. Now Misters in trouble. 4 on the shot clock. It's tapped out of bounds. And possession over to Antananarivo. Gluditis had a wide open layup, but he left it on the board. Wanted to get an open shot for 2, and he couldn't get it. Livio now. They go to Eli. Eli back to Livio, and a turnover on Antananarivo now. So a bad possession for the Malagasy. Now Misters will take a seat. Crewman steps on the pitch. Apsitis to Gluditis. It's a contested look, but it's up and in. Gluditis with the huge game winner to get Kandava Turība on to day 2. They knock out Antananarivo with that shot as well and take the victory 21-19. We will be seeing Kandava Turība in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, they're even moving on as your number 1 seed out of Pool B. Wow! Now, if you thought we were done with options at three-way ties in pool play, I have to disappoint you. We have another option for one coming up. In Pool C, we'll see Dusseldorf, LFDY, and Calabasas step up to the plate. Calabasas losing their game against San Juan, and Dusseldorf picking up a victory over San Juan. So San Juan stuck at 1-1, pun intended, or not. If Calabasas wins, we are back to a three-way tie. If Calabasas loses, then Dusseldorf will be your headliner out of pool play. And Dusseldorf, they looked extremely good against that San Juan squad. 20-12 for them. A balanced scoring effort. Niklas Kropp with 6, 3 twos down for the lanky German. But it was Geske with 5, Fertig with 5, and Wendler with 4. So a very balanced effort by the German squad. They are facing, again, this Calabasas squad. This is their third game of the day. After coming out of the qualifying draw, now they're into the main draw. And they lost a nail-biter to San Juan. Took a Luis Quascut last-second drive to get these fellas down. Max Montana is joined by Jeremy Lieberman, Riley Batten, and Bryce Leavitt. And it was Batten leading them in scoring. 7.6 boards for the big fella, even knocked down a 2. Montana a little bit quiet after a great start in the qualifying draw. Number 0 out there with the bleach blonde hair. New haircut for Max Montana, apparently. Only at 4 points after averaging 7.5 through the qualifying draw. So should be an exciting matchup going into the wrap-up for Pool C play. Let me remind you again, San Juan at 1-1, they scored 29 points. Calabasas cannot catch San Juan, so they need to defeat Dusseldorf by 5. If they win by 4, Dusseldorf will still move on to day 2 action. They need to win by 5. So just to set the plate for this one, we'll see who comes out on top here in our second to last 10-minute sprint from Pristina, Kosovo, where it's been a long day of 3x3. Again, we started at noon. We had a little bit of rain delay earlier, but the Zahir Payadziti Square has been lit up with lights and action. And a incredible day of games so far with a bunch of game winners. Lieberman, before he could attempt a shot, a foul was called. As Kropp was hanging on for dear life on the screen, on that screen. There's Fertig. Fertig on the move, a floaty. Montana got in the way of that. Oh, Geske losing everyone. Splash ball for the second Niklas. Prop being the first. Just on height, I'd say. All good, though. Lieberman. And there's Fertig. So a slim lead for Dusseldorf now. An offensive foul on Calabasas. A miss by Geske. now it's Montana. Montana looking at fatigue. Montana on the move. 2 big steps hanging in midair. The shot's missed, but he will stake on the free throw line. And Montana splashes and ties things up at 3. Krop lefty over Montana. And the lanky German pestering Montana on defense now as well. There's Wendler on his way to the rack, flips it up, is fouled on the way. There's Lieberman on a drive, and yeah, that's a step too many. And let me remind you again that Calabasas needs to win, but they need to win by 5. If not, they are out of contention after fighting all the way through the qualifying draw. Fatigue somehow got the pass through Wendler. Batten, no. Geske now with the Wilson in hand. Geske on a drive. Foul on a play. There's Fatigue with the milli pull up. He's fouled on that shot. Montana. Shots wide. It's the Germans back in possession. Fatigue on a drive. 2 big steps. A backwards flip. Geske is out there. He could finish the play. It's a great move and a great pass. Another great finish, but Calabasas coming through with an answer. Batten now to leave it. They lob it up to Batten. 2 on the shot clock and a travel on the play. Krop now going left, looking for Wendler. Wendler is tied up. Offensive foul called as Wendler pulled down Leavitt's shirt to remain in position to score. It's foul number 4 on the Germans, who have a slim lead. Again, a win would make sure Dusseldorf moves on first out of pool play. Calabasas need a win and some points. Batting this layup helps, but there's Geske. Geske can't answer. And Geske led the Dusseldorf squad in scoring in their game against San Juan. Never mind, that was Krop. Another Niklas. Geske with 5 points, 5 rebounds, 1 of 2 from the 2-point arc. Big game for the former German national team player. Verteek spinning in midair, but he's already fouled on the play. They go back to Verteek. Again, the guard has been leading his team in scoring on the season, but he turns it over on that possession. Batten looking for Leavitt. Leavitt now with 3 on the shot clock. Leavitt with the crafty layup. And Calabasas, they tied the game at 6. Wendler underneath the basket. Good fake and a make. Way to keep Batten on his back. And Wendler, a underappreciated part of this Dusseldorf squad, I'd say. Doesn't look the part of a great hooper, and that's with all respect. But I've practiced with the team, and I've seen them play time and time again, and he's an athletic finisher. He's a good rebounder, can keep his position. And we have Leon Verteek on the floor. Let's see if he's okay. But going back to Wendler, he's a capable rebounder, can hold his ground against bigger players. He doesn't do anything outside of his role either. You don't see him shoot twos. You don't see him pop. You don't see him drive. You see him pick. You see him roll. You see him finish. And I want to give credit where credit's due. That is a great player. Look, he was in position again. It was broken up by Leavitt. And Geske missing another 2, and there's Wendler again picking up the rock. An answer for Lieberman. Krop tries one, but way off the mark. Verteek on his way to the rack, 2 big steps, using the rim as a guard, and he gets that layup to go down. Can Montana bring his squad back? A floaty off the glass, that's a crafty shot, 10-8. Geske wide open, and look who's there. It's Wendler again finishing up the play. He's tasked with guarding Montana here, who I think is the most explosive option for this Calabasas squad, but Montana loses to Wilson on his way to the rack. Frustration showing on the face of Max Montana. He's got some German roots. Sieg now a mid-range pull-up is missed.
De segunda no copi improvisou a minha para dentro de mim
Uh-oh, Krop is on the floor, but Wendler picking up the rock underneath the basket, scrapping and clawing, and he picks up some free throws for his squad. A warning on Krop for flopping. Oh, Wendler leaving one on the board there. Second one splashed, so 12-8 lead for the Germans. Calabasas in their fourth game of the day. Look like they might be running out of gas a little bit here. 3:34 on the clock. They're down 4. They need to be up 4 if they want to continue play here. If not, they're going to be exploring some sites instead of the quarterfinals tomorrow. It's Leave It on the move. He's guarded by Furtzi, gives it up to Lieberman. Lieberman, too fast for his own feet. Dancing out here, but more than a two-step for Jeremy Lieberman. Geske to Furtzi. Furtzi gonna drive. Up and under, he kicks it out. There's Krop, he's wide open. Splash ball for Dusseldorf. They got H2O chemistry. You know what that is, right? Water. Splash. Dusseldorf up by 6 on a Calabasas squad that's looking like they're out of gas. 3 minutes to go in the last game in Pool C action today from Pristina. Lieberman lost to Wilson, but hey, some extracurricular contact there. 2 freebies coming up for Calabasas. There's Furtzi with another long-range attempt. Lieberman now. Knuckleballs in at 2. So Calabasas back within 3 points. They need to go on a scoring spree here if they want to stay alive. Wendler, foul on his way to the rack. That's foul number 10 on the Californians. That's the double bonus, which means it's going to be 2 free throws for Florian Wendler. And then Dusseldorf will retain possession of the Wilson as well. So Calabasas is in a whole lot of trouble here. Fatigue faking everybody out of their shoes. Montana left in the dust. Max can't get the 2-ball splash, so Fatigue at it again. Wendler and Montana are locked up underneath the basket. There's Wendler picking up an easy score for Dusseldorf. Calabasas, they get another 2 down. That helps. Geske, all of a sudden this game has turned into a shootout. So 17-15, Calabasas is sneaking back into things. Fatigue spinning like a Beyblade, but missing a shot. Montana, another try. Max Montana ties the game at 17. Wow. All of a sudden, a 7-point lead for Dusseldorf has disappeared. And now Dusseldorf backs on the ropes a little bit. We have to bring out the calculators to see what this implies for the pool standings. But again, we know Calabasas, they need to stop Dusseldorf from scoring any points now, and they need a victory. They need to score 21, so they want to get a couple of quick shots up. Montana is gassed. He doesn't want the Wilson anymore. Lieberman loses it. It's picked up, and Batten puts it in. Now Calabasas is in the lead. We are at the 1 minute mark. Everybody's tired. Not a lot of breaks so far in this game. Fatigue on the move. Trying to beat Lieberman, and a travel called on the play. So a turnover on the Germans. Batten puts another shot down, so a 2-point lead for Calabasas. They scored 2 more, and that's it, but they need to stop Krop from scoring. Oh, I think that will do it. As much of an anticlimax as it is, Calabasas can't win by 4 anymore. They get this shot to go down, but too little, too late. Dusseldorf, they still want this win, though. Obviously, we have to get the calculators out here pretty soon. But I do believe, as it stands, it's Dusseldorf moving on. And San Juan, well, San Juan may be out of contention if the score is like this. Because I was saying earlier, Calabasas had them beat, but I don't think that's the case. My calculator's way off. Leave shots off. He left one on the board there, so if he gets this freebie to go down, it's Calabasas and Dusseldorf moving on. It will be Dusseldorf moving on in the first place. Leave it. Splashes that one, and Calabasas, somehow, some way, they dug extremely deep. And on the back of Montana's hot shooting, they survive action here. And I think if we bring out the calculators, it'll be them and Dusseldorf left standing, and San Juan left out. Your final score in this one, 21-18. Okay, so I promise we are done with three-way ties. I fully promise. There's no way that happens in the next game. We've had 3 pools decided by a three-way tie. First Pool A with Vienna and Fribourg coming out, then Pool B with Kandava and Riffa standing at the end of everything. Now Pool C action came to a close with Calabasas and Dusseldorf moving on, but hey, look, we know who won Pool D. We already know. It's Marijampole Mantinga from Lithuania. They are at 2-2. This is win or go home for Podgorica, Kodio, and Athens. Both of them lost their game against Marijampole, I should probably guess, judging by the setup I just provided. And it was Athens taking a 21-15 loss. Petropoulos was the big guy in that one with 6 points. On the end of Podgorica, it was a tight contest, 19-17. A last-second shot by Chimonis made sure that Marijampole took the victory there. And Vujadinovic for Podgorica was huge with 6 points, 4 boards. Jovanovic coming through with 7 rebounds as well. Only 1 of 9 from beyond the arc, though, for the fellas from Montenegro. 2 of 8 for the Greek. And this is your last 10-minute sprint coming up from Pristina here. So Athens will start things off. And it's Anokouros who came through with a bunch of big dunks, by the way. On the move, a floaty is up and in for Petropoulos. And now it's Podgorica. And this Podgorica team, a squad that usually when they play, they do well. They don't play a bunch. When they feature on the pro circuit, usually they end up in the semis somehow. Or possibly in the final somehow as well. So we'll see how they do here. They need a win. Both these teams need a win to be moving on as a second squad out of Pool D. Which means if they can get a victory, they'll be facing off with Kandava Turība. So let's see who's going to be featured there. Athens, again, 3rd game of the day for them. Started out early in the qualifying draw, beat down on Pristina as well as Girona. And now are in a win or go home situation yet again. Score underneath, and Podgorica's up 3-1. Now a foul on the play. And we will see Andreas Petropoulos on the stripe. Again, the leading bucket getter for Athens in their loss against Marijampole. Ooh. Close one. A good block, but no clear on the play. Not even a foul or anything else. Travel now.
Podgorica krenula akcioni na støre Darovas. Medus do te vërtoj. I vjen tima vlogët. Sa mirë luftojnë për tokën. Kaku. Vetë dhe zhvet.
Here's Rajcevic. Oh, big splash. Marko Rajcevic, his first 2-point attempt and make of the tournament. Suchum is out to Petropoulos again. Now a foul called on the rebound. Rajcevic a second shot, and Jovanovic with the rebound. There's your leading scorer for Podgorica on the day. Vujadinovic is fouled, and that's foul number 1 on Athens. Podgorica got a little bit of a lead. Here we go. Freeman to Chuchumis. Splash ball. Athens back into it, 6-4. So the Greek, they get a bucket. They needed one. And we've gotten to our first TV timeout in a very low-scoring affair, 6-4. It stands for Podgorica. They got that one. That was a no-shot contest after that was wiped off. It wasn't cleared. So again, win or go home for both these teams. Game number 2 for Podgorica, game number 4 on the day for Athens. We haven't seen a Greek team featured on the pro circuit and move on in quite some time now. Oh, driving is Ivanovic there. But a splash ball to answer, Petropoulos. Oh, so the scoring's picked up now. Both teams got their heads on straight during the TV timeout. All of a sudden, it's bucket after bucket.
Podgorica 6 minuta 20 sekunda. Podgorica në brëndësi të trupit. Aksioni tyre pasime të dyrneshta. Offensive foul. Okej, Athina e merr trupin në brëndësi pasi që është shkaktuar në zënë. Shfrytëzojnë rastën në brëndësi për gjithsesi me kjo aksion në radhës fitor të Athinës.
Here we go again. Freeman ended it off to Chumis. Undershoots that one. Chumis last year with Petropoulos, a part of Team Alimos. Now on Team Athens. Underneath the basket is Jovanovic, missing the shot. And Rajcevic can't get it up and in. So, Rajcevic at the stripe. And he's had a good game so far. Splash the 2 ball, get some free throws to go down. Score underneath as well. Ooh, Chuchuma's got free for the lay and the 1. The Greek back within 2 with an option at 1 more. The 5th foul on Podgorica. As Nikolaos Chuchumis is as slithery as he can get, going to the cup. Freebie gets that to a 1-point game. We're approaching the halfway mark in this one. Ivanovic up and off the glass. Chumis gets it to Freeman, an easy look at a 1. Panagiotis Freeman now with the contest, but Jovanovic. Oh. Freeman to Petropoulos, back to Freeman again. He's almost rejected, but gets it in somehow. Jovanovic was too late. We're tied at 10 at the halfway mark. And Rajcevic just keeps on going. The 7th foul in Athens put Marko Rajcevic on the strike, and he's singeing the nets in this one, leading Podgorica in scoring. Chuchumis stepping back, splash ball. Athens now ties the game again at 12. Neither team willing to go home. Vidinovic travels on the play.
diskutovan aktionen passar lite emot. Trying to get step back, Apple's gonna meet it, Vienna Banania, Apple's gonna meet it, gives them all the top.
It's not saved in bounds.
Seconda reazione. Belangrijk checken op de methode. Meneer
A deep shot. Petropoulos can't get to it, so that will be a shot clock violation. Here we go again. High post action for the fellas from Montenegro. Ivanovic almost got through 2 defenders, but it's picked off. And we've been at this 12-12 deadlock. Arnopoulos! Bang! Arnopoulos coming through with the big spike. And now his team's up by 1 as a result. Podgorica going to the high post again. But no bucket at the end of that shot. Referee Montgomery Toth picking up that ball. And the action continues here. 4 minutes of sprinting left until we know who will represent in the quarterfinals. A deep shot to Chumis is missed, and Freeman can't chase it down. So take a look back at some of the happenings so far. It was Freeman finishing up that play. A great dish and a great finish, avoiding the long arms of Jovanovic. And Chuchuma's been hitting some shots now. And on the other hand, it's mainly been Rajcevic getting bucket after bucket. Here's Ivanovic behind the screen. He's on the move now. Pass him, Freeman. Oh, he tried something mean. He tried something mean. Petar Ivanovic almost got Arnopoulos there. Fouled on the play. But that might be better than ending up on FIBA 3x3 Instagram. I'll tell you that. Podgorica with an opportunity here to tie. Athens at 8 fouls. But Ivanovic misses the shot. 3:47 on the clock. Who will go home and who will we see tomorrow? 2 misses in a row for Ivanovic. Wow. Really left 2 on the board there. So now Athens with an opportunity to extend the lead. Chuchumis. Chuchumis on the move. Oh, he's blocked! Vujadinovic with the rejection. No score for Podgorica either, so it's Petropoulos calming his squad down on his way to a hook shot, but that is wildly missed. So neither team willing to score at this stage of the game. We approach the 3-minute mark. Ivanovic now working on some screening action, puts up a 2 ball. Tuchumis is hit in the nostrils. A quick pull up here, Freeman with the board. Another shot, Petropoulos this time. Quick shots by the Greek. They can't get any to go though. Rajcevic, he's the main bucket getter for this Podgorica squad so far in the game. Gets it to Jovanovic. The game is tied again at 13. Tuchum is a leaning runner. And now a rebound for Rajcevic again. This game has seen more ties than a Black Tux event. And we are not done yet. Jovanovic with the miss. Rajcevic to Vujadinovic. Now there's 2 free throws coming up. A 9th foul on the Greek.
Podgoricës, 2 minuta, 20 sekunda. Tentimi i dytë, militarit me numër 2 nga Podgorica. Shënon pikën e 15. Krijohet aksioni.
Oh. Travel called, so Podgorica now up by 2 points. And an easy layup's missed, so Petropoulos ties the game again at 15. Oh, Jovanovic almost lost to Wilson. No space for a shot. Vujadinovic leans into a miss. Offensive rebound is blocked. Arnaukuros, big defensive play. We're under the 2-minute mark here. They kick out Arnaukuros now on the drive. They flip it around to Tuchumis, who can't make the shot. And it's Jovanovic controlling the board. Podgorica want to slow things down. They want a victory as much as Athens do. They go for screen action with Jovanovic. It's missed. He picks up his own board. No box out on the play. Ivanovic have to stay off of him. Athens at 9 fouls. Petropoulos in the corner now. Petropoulos working on Jovanovic. Trying to create some space. Pulls up for 2. Is off the glass and in. Bank work. Athens up by 1. Almost a steal there. So these Greek fellas trying to advance here to knockout rounds tomorrow. And a big shot by Andreas Petropoulos off the glass. So 53 seconds in this last 10-minute sprint here for Pristina on day 1 action, with Podgorica and Athens in a tug-of-war. Athens so far has got the slight advantage, but they are in foul trouble. Podgorica with an opportunity to tie things here. They go for Rajcevic. Splash ball. Rajcevic putting his team up by 1. Athens back to Petropoulos. He creates the space. Tries another 2. Not made. Jovanovic in the post. It's almost stolen by Tuchumis. Jovanovic. Raicevic can't control the Wilson. 0.3 left on the clock for a very quick shot here for Podgorica. 23 seconds left in this one. The Montenegrins are up. The Greek, they want to get back into things. That's it. Shot clock violation. 0.3 wasn't enough to get a shot up. So we go down to the wire in this one. Win or go home. Chuchumi's a quick shot. Bang, bang! Athens is up. They didn't pay attention on the check. 19-18. Ivanovic is stuck. Vujinovic here. Freeman takes the contact. It's tied. 4 seconds on the clock. Oh, Freeman's down. They stop play as Panagiotis Freeman is on the floor. Look again, Vujinovic hits him. And might have hit him in the face. He takes a tumble there. So the clock is reset to 4.4 seconds. We are tied at 19. And it's Nikolaos Chuchumis taking the rock. He's out there with Arnokouros and Petropoulos. Athens with a score will take a win and move on to day 2. If not, we might have bonus basketball. Chuchumis pulls up for 2. It's off the mark, and bonus basketball on the way. That shot will not matter. We go to overtime, our first overtime of today's action. Those of you that are unfamiliar with the game at 3x3, here are your rules. The clock is off. We have a 12-second shot clock. Obviously, that's still on. But the game clock is off, and the first team to score 2 gets a victory. That's it. That's how much these teams don't want to lose. They brought it down to this. OT in Pristina. Who wants it more? Now, the team that did not start the game with possession will start here. So it is going to be Podgorica. They go with Raicevic, Jovanovic, and Ivanovic. Jovanovic. They flip it to Ivanovic. He gets an open look. Ivanovic up and off the glass, and Podgorica Kodio is moving on to the quarterfinals. A 21-19 overtime victory over Athens with a big, big shot to end things. Petar Ivanovic. The man's got ice in his veins. When they need him most, he comes a-calling. And Athens, a scrappy day of action here coming out of the qualifying draw, but they are left 1 shot short of moving on to tomorrow. Your final score in this one, 21-19. Y'all enjoy these highlights. So that was it on day 1 action from Pristina. We've wrapped up pool play. We know who's going to be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Not sure if we're going to see any brackets, but they are set. That action is slated to start tomorrow at 5:30 local time when we see Vienna and Calabasas meet up. But we get to enjoy these highlights first. We're not leaving you without highlights. Come on now.
Pristina. How they do things in Pristina.